Alright, now we are in that waiting to go live. We have 2 minutes. I was trying to figure out how to do a timer, but I wasn't able to figure out how to do it. But so how are you doing, man?
But I'm working on getting better.
Hello and welcome to another wonderful moment in our ongoing series of Las Vegas by Night Desert Darlings. This evening we have joining us one of our players who is going to be playing the lovely Jay of Clan Bruja. Go ahead and say hello.
Hello.
Excellent. So, this is a vignette. Eventually, Brown will be joining us as well. Vignettes are. I did basically double booked vignettes. A vignette is a 2 hour, 2 hour one-on-one session that allows us to explore a person's character. And in this case, we'll be exploring how you were chosen, what you've been taught over the last few years, and getting you ready for the very first episode of the game.
Cool.
So, first and foremost, let me make sure that this is looking all good and like. All right, we have your character sheet here,
Yes.
which those at home can follow us as well.
Would you like me to go over the stats and abilities? Or?
Well, we did go over those over the last stream we had while you were picking them. So, just looking over and making sure everything is correct. Yeah, that's a great thing about science, technology, and academics is you can get specialties in them before you get 4 dots. Actually, encouraged to do so. All right. And so, how's your day been going?
It's been going pretty well. Been very relaxing. Spending it with my partner.
Excellent. Shout out to partners everywhere.
Yes.
Without them, we would be nothings. Well, maybe not nothing, but you know.
Yeah. Shout out to the single people out there.
And all be in between.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so your sire is Miss Bertha.
Yes.
Bertha Gilmore. So, for those at home, Bertha is a child of Prince Siegel, who is the Bruja in charge. She is a very passionate woman, as are many of Clan Bruja. And let me show you the artwork I have for her now, which might or might not get changed shortly.
She looks, I don't know, intense. Maybe
She's
angry.
she's very intense. She was overlooked a lot in her life. Um, she was a teamster, trucker, um, and all that. And this happened to have the fortune of catching the eye of the prince, and was then turned. And since then, she has been a very, very loyal follower and supporter of the prince, and is one of the solid and reliable people he turns to.
What kind of stuff does she do in the city? Does she have any responsibilities?
Um, that's a good question. She's definitely I want to say that logistics is some of the stuff she handles. She is the head of a trucking company within the greater Las Vegas area, and she has a tendency to um, help load and unload things on the sly. Um, I would never advise calling her a human forklift to her face. But the question is, how did you two meet?
Well, I had a few thoughts on that, and most of them revolve around my character's love for driving. Um, I'm thinking maybe Bertha was made aware of my character when she was racing, or perhaps just driving out at night on the highway or something, and my character did some crazy, stupid, daring move that worked, something like that, and she got pissed off at my character, but my character bounced back, and she likes that culture, or something along those lines.
Well, I can totally see that Bertha does do a bit of racing at night. Probably is known through some of the smaller, um, car hot rodding and street racing circles. So it definitely seems like a thing that's completely doable.
Cool.
Maybe it was a bit of jealousy that started the attention to you, but watched you for a while and saw that you had some of the great values of any kindred. Not all that many ties and easily embraceable.
Yeah, my character is uh, going, maybe not going through a phase, but has is acting the way she does a lot because of her appearance. She's rebelling against the strict controls that her parents have, and she knows it, but she's having fun with it. She's trying to live life to the fullest and having a lot of fun with it. Um, Perhaps Bertha could have raced my character, and with the condition that if one or the other wins, then uh, my character would be turned, though my character might not understand what that means.
Well, I mean, for ways of protecting the masquerade, they would probably say win a prize.
Yeah, exactly.
A prize that's going to change your life. So that's a totally optional thing. So, I mean, we might as well see the rolls in person, right?
Right.
So go ahead, give me a dexterity and drive roll.
All right.
Base target number is going to be 6.
She has a specialization of graceful and dexterity. Not sure if that fits, but
I don't think it's quite appropriate.
yeah.
Graceful speed racing.
Right.
All right, and let's see how Bertha does. So one rule of thumb I go with, because I like having the players be the stars, so players take advantage of specialties, whereas NPCs do not. Beyond that, I generally run all of my NPCs as if they are real-life people. They all have their own dreams, goals, and machinations. I just don't like the idea that you go up, poke one of them, and they give you a quest. In this case, you have 4 successes, and she has 5. She beats you by an inch on the Vegas Strip.
Really.
Maybe it's her car was slightly better tuned, or some other.
Experience over my character.
Always could be a thing. So she holds out her hand saying, "Hey, no hard feelings."
And my character will shuffle her feet a little bit, but clasp hands and say, "Yeah, no, you got mad skills, bro."
Hey, I mean, I feel like I'm kind of responsible. I mean, I set you up thinking you're going to win. How about we go get a bite to eat?
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I got nothing else to do. Let me go say bye to my friends. So I'll be right over.
Sure, go ahead.
And then yeah, she'll go and head on over with Bertha. Very impressed that because especially my character Jay would have been talking shit beforehand, and with Bertha being a good sport about it, she would have been very grateful for that.
Awesome. So you head over to your friends. Hey, look. I mean, we totally had money on you, man.
I know. She fucking came out of nowhere, though. Do you see the engine on that car? I never would have suspected that she would have jumped forward like that. Oh shit!
And just, I think she probably is one of those NOS burners.
Yeah, seriously. I wonder how she was able to build up that thing. Oh man, I'd love to take a ride in that beauty.
Well,
Anyway, I have to get going. But,
oh, well,
I'll catch you later.
yeah, swing by the after party. It's happening over at Gary's.
Cool. Yeah, I'll be there, definitely.
So you see that she has popped open her hood and tweaking with things.
Yeah, Jay will head over and lean up against the car and take a look. So, what do you got under here?
Oh, she rattles off some high-end car specs, stuff that would cost a small mint.
She whistles and says, God damn, no wonder you did so well.
Yeah, I'm fortunate that I have a line of work that I can, drop a penny or so on things.
God damn. What do you do that does this well? If you don't mind me saying, you don't look the type to be like a suit and tie, you know?
Oh, we can talk it over the meal.
Hey, yeah,
Hey,
shoot, where we go?
have you ever heard of Enzo's?
What is that? Something that my character would feasibly know about?
Nope. I mean,
Oh,
you assume just by this name it's probably Italian or something, but while there's a few really good Italian places around the area, you've never heard of one called Enzo's.
no, I haven't. But shoot, I'll try it. But
Well,
at
do
least,
you want to carpool? Do you want to have a ride in the Beast?
oh hell, if you want, could I drive this baby?
Oh no, only I drive my car.
Oh, nice try. Hell, I'll grab my car and I'll follow you.
Sounds good. Um, she gets into the muscle car itself and um, turning it on. The vibrations in your car. Not to say your car is a slouch in any way, shape, or form, but this thing is a Detroit beast through and through.
Nice.
Um, she does not go slow. She does not, when you said you're following, she takes turns that shouldn't, cuts off traffic. Give me another dexterity and drive test to see if you can keep up.
Sweet. No. Oh God.
So it's not a botch because you had successes, but the ones took away from successes. So there is a good little while that you're like, where the hell did she go?
Jason's just fascinated with this woman doing so well, and she's getting antsy because she wants to keep up and do better than she is.
Well, you are driving along. It's a little. You're starting to get off strip, off common areas. Roll me a perception and alertness to see if you spot her. And there you do. You do see her car idling at a light that is about 2 lights down from where you're at. Um, and with that, you're able to, catch back up.
I'll roll up next to her and roll down the window and say, "Dude, I'm pretty sure you broke the sound barrier back there."
Oh, I'm going slow. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to catch up.
Sorry, I talked over you. Said again.
No, don't worry. She says, I was going slow. I mean, I was going easy. I didn't know if you'd catch up. Oh, by the way, and she just peels out and runs the red light.
Jay will be like, "Bitch," in a fun way, and then just get into gear and follow after.
You don't go much farther at this point. She rolls up in front of a apartment complex. The Enzo's it doesn't have a sign over it, but it does look like it's a restaurant, except for it seems like it's closed. There's no lights on. There's no, anything.
Dude, well, okay, so she'll drive up and get out of the car, and when she gets up to Bertha, she'll be like, "Hey, dude, I'm not sure this place is open yet."
Oh yeah, I called the owner on the way over.
Oh, shit, you know the owner of this place?
Oh yeah, he's
How
a
the
good old
fuck are
friend.
you?
I have some connections around town.
Hot damn! Uh, Jay's just falling in love with this lady already. Uh,
As she's there, she uses her cell phone and seems to send a text, and the lights inside turn on, and this gentleman walks over and opens the door. Enzo is a Italian American looking gentleman. Looks to be very friendly. And he's like, "Hey, It's my favorite person. What's up, Bertha? Enzo, you got everything I asked for? Yeah, everything's fine. Come on in. Enzo walks over to you and holds out his hand.
My character will not wipe off the grease on her hand and shake it, saying, "Hey, my name's Jay. I
Um,
take it you're Enzo."
yeah, so he takes your hand in a very soft, I mean, not, it's not aggressive or hard, but then he pulls you into a big, massive hug.
Ah!
And you're engulfed in Enzo.
That's awesome.
Um, Enzo stands about 6'2", fairly stout for being a slightly older man. And how tall is your character?
She's 5'4".
So, like a lot of individuals, when hugging somebody smaller, they lean back a little bit and your feet leave the ground in a slightly distressing manner.
She'll whap him on the side a few times. "Hey, let me down."
Oh, I'm so sorry. I come from a hugger family. I should have warned. I keep on forgetting these times, not touching people without asking. But what can you do? I mean, hey. Anyway, I got the best seats for the house.
As she is put down, she'll wipe off her shirt and be like, well, let's just keep your hands to yourself, bud." But
Oh, excusey.
as she does so, and say, what kind of place is this? What food do you serve?"
Oh,
Walks forward.
I am a chef. I make anything. Normally, when we are open during the day, it is the very best specialty Italian meals you'll ever have. But at night, I open up only for special clients, like Bertha here. I. So there's a single table in the middle of the room. There's not many tables. I mean, there's a couple booths, but there's definitely a sole table in the center. It's set up with a very nice tablecloth and the full, definitely higher quality cutlery than you would find in a normal restaurant. These aren't mass pressed out forks and knives, but actual silverware, actually.
This whole setup actually gives her a little pause as red flag pops up, and she chuckles a little nervously. What? So you don't get a lot of clientele here? What's
No, no, no. Oh, no. This is all very set. We do special meetings and occasions. We are a what is the word? Exclusive dining facility. People have a tendency to pay great amounts to book one of these. I just had an opening for my friend. Anyway, I'm gonna go start cooking. I will be right back. And you see Enzo walk towards the back, grab a apron off of a peg, and head into the kitchen.
Um, Shay will cautiously walk forward towards Bertha, who I'm assuming is at the table.
She is standing next to at the table, and she's like, "Yeah, he's a bit much, isn't he?"
Yeah, so he said that this place serves special clientele. What kind of clientele do you guys
Well,
serve here?
well, my understanding is when some high rollers come into town, and they always want special treatment. They just don't want to go to a buffet. They give Enzo a call, and he sets up a special menu for just them. I mean, I hear it costs about $5,000, a thing. So,
$5,000? Jesus fuck.
yeah. Luckily, he owes me.
Jay shakes her head in disbelief and says, "What? But why? Why me?
Hey,
To set up dinner for us."
you you were talking a lot of trash and all that, and you just reminded me of a younger version of me.
I guess. What's
And she drops you know, cliche on you.
what's what the hell were you like back then? If you were like a young Asian girl.
Well, the 70s were an interesting time. Lots of changes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was in Iowa, not Vegas, but I mean, and I'm not really talking about physically because, you know, we're supposed to be in a more aware world where physical appearance isn't as important as what's inside, right?
Right. She says, almost sarcastically.
Well, and she pulls out and sits down in her own seat. She doesn't, you know, be awkward and pull you out of seat or anything like that.
uh, my character will shove the chair back and sit down and say, "So, is there like a menu to this place, or is this one of those fancy things where they just give us food?"
It's one of those fancy places where you don't get to pick the menu. You know, it happens.
Hmm.
And that's when Enzo comes in carrying a nice wicker basket filled with the fanciest of looking of breads. And he goes, "Aha! Bread service is here!" Walks over and gently sets it on the table.
Shay basically ignores Enzo and says, "So, if you're this high rolling kind of person who can just get a $5,000 dinner at a whim, what are you doing racing on the streets with us?" Referring to her and her friends and the other people.
When you have a discretionary budget, it's sometimes nice to, you know, have a fancy toys. And if you have a fancy toy, you might as well use it. Having it sit in a garage is boring. So racing against, all you kids is pretty nice.
Pretty nice. And she just seems boggled that someone would buy such a fancy car just because it's nice. What's
She,
what do you do exactly?
well, and that is when she kind of looks at you deeply into your eyes. And she will do something. Well, she'll attempt something anyway. If she fails to entrance you, then you don't get embraced and you can't play my game anymore. No,
Okay.
yep. So this is, this is when you're still immortal, so you don't have the willpower you currently have. Your willpower around this time was 3, which is the average for all mortals.
Indeed.
So she looks over, and these deep feelings swell over you. And you find that, despite how you felt previous, you're really kind of fascinated by her and want hang on every word.
She was definitely fascinated before, until we got to the restaurant, at which point she was mostly just confused and a little weirded out and scared. It goes right back to that fascination that she had before.
Yep.
Oh my god. You're so cool. Oh my god, I wish I could be like you.
Don't worry. If you try really hard and, eat your vegetables. Oh, speaking of, I need to use the little girl for 1 second.
Okay.
She gets up and starts walking by you. And that's when you feel this iron bar drop around your upper chest, pinning you there. And she's like, "Hey, let's join the Mile High Club." Now that sounded stupid. And then you feel the wonderfulness, the amazing experience of being fed upon. The waves of pleasure just radiate through your entire body, starting from a point in your neck, and it just overpowers, and it just goes on, and you get lost in the experience of it. Um, as each wave goes, the sounds are louder and louder, and then all you're hearing is this whoosh, 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 as there's a blood pre, and it's slowing and slowing and slowing as you get farther and farther away. Your vision kind of starts dimming until it's a pinpoint. You feel like you're about to die, but you're not really sad about it. And then all of a sudden, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Too much fun.
Too much. I mean, this is better than any drug you've experienced. This is better than any sexual encounter you've had. This is better than any birthday party or movie release or new iPhone. I mean, this is an experience you've never had in your life. And then, right at the moment, you're like, "Oh, I think I might be about able to die." You feel something not particularly soft thrust into your mouth. And there's this taste of electricity, of life, of just. It made the experience of being fed upon seem dull, and you can't help yourself but drink, and drink heavy. And then you pass out. Acting. The next time you wake, you are in a padded room. There is a carafe on a table filled with some type of red liquid. Your guess is V8, maybe. There is
How thirsty am I?
so incredibly thirsty, like you haven't ever tasted liquid in your life.
Before focusing on anything else, she'll stumble forward, or she'll crawl forward and grab it and upend it over into her mouth.
It is a very weird moment when your brain recognizes this taste, and then your hunger and craving just spike, screaming that that's all you want. So there's mild revulsion as you're drinking down the blood.
Oh, God, it's so good. As she's like, she wombo combo of the feelings, but she just doesn't hold back and guzzles it all down.
It blunts the hunger a little bit. Now it seems like you've drank blood, but since for some reason you have this inherent natural knowledge of how much blood's in your system, and you're currently about 80% of capacity.
She'll lick up. She'll do her best to like lick up all the little bit left. She'll wipe at her mouth and lick her hand and all that to make sure to get every last drop. And then once she's finally calmed down, she'll take a look around the room.
The room, like I said, padded walls. In the center there is a mattress. In one corner there is a bucket. Your feelings of awe and amazement of Bertha have faded. And now you're just kind of in this, I don't know, maybe this little spark of terror. You've been kidnapped.
Oh yeah. She immediately gets really anxious and says, "Hey, what the fuck? Where am I? Let me out!" Is there any door or anything?
There is. You can see the outline of what would probably be a door from the edges of the padding.
She'll run up to it and start slamming on it, saying, "Let me the fuck out! Why the fuck is there blood in here?"
Um, there's a spark of a sound of a PA coming on, and it is Bertha. Hey, hey, calm down. Calm down. This is all part of the process.
Hey, fuck you! Calm down. You, what? Why am I in here? What's going on? I don't understand.
So you have been selected for a particular promotion. Yeah, promotion.
Is this some sick science shit?
No, we've just decided to improve your life by ending it.
What?
Hey,
What?
feel your pulse.
Uh, she. Oh, think.
Does your character
So,
have any dots in medicine?
she does not. No.
So, the fact that you can't find your pulse isn't overly surprising because you don't remember first aid from high school.
Right. Well, I, if she even had it to begin with, uh, she's never really tried feeling for her pulse before. Uh, she doesn't understand at first. What do you mean, feel my pulse? Why the fuck would I need to feel my pulse?
Well, how about this? Be really still and listen to your body.
Uh, my character, I imagine, is still really terrified of what's going on, and her first reaction is to say, "No, no, fuck you, let me the fuck out.
All right, maybe.
I don't want to listen to anything. Just get me out of here."
All right, I'm not so good at this. I should have made a pamphlet. No, a pamphlet wouldn't have been good. Um, uh, fuck. You're a vampire. Congratulations. Click, and you hear the PA go off.
Oh, what? And she'll she'll get really upset and continue yelling at the walls and at the PA. Get back here! What the fuck do you mean I'm a vampire?
Time is hard to track. Time is hard to track in this room. There's no windows. There's no. It's solid. You have the mattress. At one point, at some point, you pass out, and when you wake up again, there's another full carafe of what you now know as blood, and a small pile of young adult reading.
She will very reluctantly touch the blood just to see the consistency and see if it really is blood.
It is. It hasn't coagulated, but then again, your character,
Doesn't know that.
yeah.
Or know that shit. And she'll be a little horrified at her lack of disgust by this. And at first she doesn't want to try it out, and she'll try to focus on just looking around the room and seeing if there's any other escape route. But she catches herself just naturally drawing her eyes back to the blood over and over again, and eventually she's like, fuck it, and walks over and just face plants into the blood and starts lapping it up.
The fact that this is the most delicious thing you've ever had, kind of, eases the fact that this came from a living being.
She's not even so much concerned about that as she is wondering what kind of drug they put into the blood that's making her like this.
That's a very reasonable point of view. So this,
She,
oh, good.
yeah, she'll she'll eventually calm down enough and actually do what Bertha suggested and try to examine how she feels in her body, and is super weirded out by the fact that she can feel the blood inside of her.
Yeah, and when you woke up, you realized that a little bit of it was gone. But now, when you drank that, you're back up to that 80% mark. Um, when you think about it, you discover that if you think hard enough about it, you can actually feel the blood moving around on the inside of your body.
She'll mess around with it and kind of be fascinated by the ability to do that. She'll make her finger swell up to a huge amount of size with a whole bunch of blood, and then like transfer it from one finger to the other, just to watch it happen.
I mean, it's not cartoonish in length, but you can see that where your finger does get that red blossom look, or
Exactly.
reddish color that is.
E.T. phone home. She
Ah.
thinks, but yeah, she'll spend a large amount of the time experimenting with controlling the blood.
So after a while, you really get a hang of it, um, and at one of those points, you spend the blood, and the world slows down. Now, it's not anything noticeable. You just feel everything slow, but it only happens for like briefest seconds, and then goes back. And now some of your blood is gone.
Uh,
You're about 70% full now.
Weird, she thinks. She'll test around and see if she can do that feeling again, just to make sure that she did it right.
It takes you a couple tries, but you do, and um, once again, everything slows down. You can see you can move in it, but you feel that you are. It's out of phase, out of time. You definitely feel different.
Uh, she'll actually try dropping a book and see if it's just her or if like other things are affected too and whatnot.
All right. So you do whatever this is again, as you
The
drop the
third time,
book,
yeah.
and you see the book get lazy and decide that gravity doesn't affect it. No, the book slows, and you can and you can see it just cascading down slowly, twisting. Um, and you find that you can reach out and grab it and then let it go. It's just all that you are not affected by. But now you're
And
really, really
yeah, as
hungry.
fascinated as she is by this, suddenly she realizes just how much her appetite has grown, and she's she tries to ignore it, and she goes and tries to just occupy her own thoughts, but eventually she'll give in and be like, "Hey, so anyone out there?"
Hello, the PA says. Once again, it's Bertha.
Um, could I could I have more blood?
Um, Unfortunately, you're only allotted one bag a day. So try not to waste it.
So hungry though.
Yep. Consider this part of the whole learning control thing.
Oh, and Shay will curl up and dry sob.
So, good news is you're not going to age anymore. And, man, what else? You're not going to. You'll never go to the bathroom again.
Oh,
But, I haven't quite figured out Bertha's voice, so if there's a little bit of deviation, It's just I'm trying to. I don't. I think I just for her. I'm just not going to do anything fancy. Um, she's like, so your biological stuff is stopped, but on the upside, no aging, no wrinkles, none of those uh, lunar problems.
What? No more bloody periods?
No more periods at all. Your sentences are fully run on.
That's funny.
Yeah, I try. But um, there are some downsides. You no longer eat food or drink beers or anything, but you will need to consume blood.
Why?
Well, if you don't, you'll slip into a vampire coma, which has the funny name of torpor, and you'll have a rough existence.
No, I mean, why? Why did you do this?
Oh, because I got a permission to embrace, and I went to Uncle Enzo, and I said, "Hey, I would like blah blah blah," and he says, "Hey, I know someone." I don't do a really good Enzo. My apologies. Um,
Is okay.
and he pointed out that you were the a good match. So, I looked over your stats that he acquired, and you looked. I mean, I was. You're not exactly what I wanted, but you had all the backgrounds, and I mean, you seem to have a reasonable disposition. Oh, I should point out. Do you have any anger issues?
Fuck you.
Well, you do now. We'll have to work on that. If you feel upset, realize that it's just part of our life. Welcome to Clan Bruja. We are a clan of philosophers and thinkerates.
Did everybody in Bruja get kidnapped and turned forcibly like this?
Some of you.
Oh my god. Can I just go home?
Well, I mean, you can.
Why? Why are you keeping me here then? Why?
Ms. Mez, is that
Why
better?
can't I eat other food? Why? And she'll just keep. She's overwhelmed by all of the info dump.
Well, so answering questions as we go. The reason why you can go home, but you shouldn't, is because, well, you're a predator. And if you have. Now, the research that Enzo did says that you're not really close with your family. Was he
No.
correct on that?
I mean, I haven't really been talking to my parents. My grandparents are still back in China.
Oh yeah, whatever you do, don't go over there. That whole area is terrifying for our community. Oh, good. I always wonder if his research is on the nose or sketchy. But yeah. So if you want, we can figure out a way to fake your death, so they don't have to feel bad that their daughter doesn't call anymore.
Oh God, that's so horrible.
What?
Why? I don't want to die, but
You already have.
why?
Sorry, BD dubs.
um, she curls up again and takes some time to process this quiet for a little while.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you ruminate on your situation, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Click.
And she'll like, no, wait, no, fuck. And against the walls.
Interesting thing. When you cry, no tears come out. Unless you choose to have tears come out.
But that's the blood, right?
And if you choose, you're like, you'll feel that things are trekking down your face. And, yep, it's a beautiful red tears.
Yay. She'll lick them back up.
That is a really weird taste. It doesn't taste like blood.
Oh no.
Now, it tastes like blood if blood got, I don't know if you're a fan of malt milkshakes and all that, but it tastes like blood that got a little kick to it.
Huh.
It's almost, it's like spicier blood. And it is also very delicious in its own respect. But it's definitely not blood.
Interesting. That's cool. So, like, does that work like other food, where it is eventually phased out, or what happens with it?
Well, the out of character, your character is tasting vitae. Vitae
Okay.
comes from a vampire. So vampire drinks blood. It turns to vitae through a
Right.
process called magic. Um, and that's the same. Anytime you taste kindred blood, will always taste different than regular blood.
Mm-hmm.
It is slightly addictive, but in small amounts, like just a taste, not as addictive. But if you drank enough of it, your character would have to fight off an addiction, because vampires are delicious, and it also affects vampires. So, um, not to belabor the scene, but this goes on for a few more days. You
Yeah,
come to.
she'll.
Sorry, go ahead.
VJ will eventually come to terms with what's going on, then listen and ask questions and find out general knowledge.
Yep. Bertha, not the best teacher,
Poor, poor Jay.
but and I totally forgot to do something. Give me 1 second. I forgot to turn off the sound.
Jay is. She eventually comes to understand what's going on, and after several nights of spending in this padded room, she'll start to feel like maybe it's not as bad as she originally thought. She's again fascinated by the way that she can control the blood and how her body is working.
Um, the next day, by the way, there was 3 carafes of blood.
Ooh,
Doesn't replace what you spent, but
she'll drink up as much as she can, and she'll also be very careful about spending blood from now on.
so other than boredom, but you have those books. Um, One is about teenage vampires living in a remote area of Washington State.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and there's other teen romances. Everyone has a vampire in it. There's one that is less teen romance and more of a Harlequin style novel where a vampire and a werewolf are traveling dimensions with each other and having spicy escapades,
Nice.
which has absolutely whatever your character might feel. It's all your feelings, are kind of blunted, other than anger. Anger is hot and fresh.
Oh, she's feeling a lot of that too.
But all your happiness, sadness, all that's kind of blunted. Um, it's almost like trying to remember how you felt like last year about something. And you notice
Yeah,
that,
no.
yeah, everything other than anger has that kind of muted tone.
She growls a lot in frustration as she. I mentioned that she has a lot of trouble actually reading calms down from reading, the anger, which hasn't left, is still there. It builds up, and she gets frustrated trying to read, and then throws the book away and starts pacing back and forth again.
This is probably a good time to see if your character can resist her first frenzy at the anger of the literary world. So please roll me self-control.
Oh no.
So that is not a botch. That's
Not much.
it's your target number was 6 because a normal person's target number would be 4 because it's a low level thing. But since Bruja Clanflaw is +2 difficulty, you just fail, and you fail, and your mind takes a back seat to something. Something takes over your body, and you have no control of your limbs. You have no control of anything. You are in a, I don't know, think of it as a mental dark room where there's a kind of pinhole that you can kind of see through. That is your vision. And this room is it's horrid. It's cold. It is, you're removed from everything, and all you have is that little pinhole that I assume you're trying to get through.
At first, she's just confused at what the fuck's going on. Um, but yeah, after a moment, she'll start trying to push through that hole to get back.
So it takes you what it feels like forever, and eventually you figure. I mean, the easiest way is you climb through the hole. But it feels different. It feels like you just had a battle with something, putting it back into a part that's somewhere inside of you.
Basically, I shoved it into the hole it just came out of.
Pretty much. You grabbed onto it and used it as a ladder and shoved it back in the hole. And when you do, you're there and you're panting, even though you don't need air. It's just a reflexive maneuver. And things in the room are different than when you left them. All the books have been torn. Some of the padding has been ripped off. And you're at about 30% of blood capacity as the hunger slams into you. Now, you weren't, really high up on the blood horse to begin with. But, blood horse. Sorry. But when you get back, and on top of things, you feel strong. And you just feel that all your muscles have been infused with your vitae. In a way that you hadn't thought about doing.
She will look at her arms, which I assume look the same.
Pardon me. One second. It seems it's important not to swallow and talk at the same time. But, yes, your arms look perfectly normal. They just feel different.
Is there anything still intact in the room?
The table that the crafts are on.
She will test out her strength and see if she can actually move it.
Oh, yeah, you lift up the IKEA table like no problem. But then again, you could always do that.
Oh, okay. She'll try breaking it then.
That, snapping an IKEA table in two with your hands is, well, you imagine that you might have been able to with some leverage, but this is just boop, like breaking
like a stick.
Yeah, like breaking a breadstick.
What the fuck? She mutters to herself. She'll call out to Bertha take and say, "Hey, Bertha? Anyone?"
Let's see if she's there.
Right.
There's no answer.
Fucking fuck. She mutters again. But she catches something else. She'll go to the door and try to punch through it.
All right. Roll me strength and athletics, and your strength is currently 6. I'm taking liberties with the mechanics because of flavor. For anybody following at home who's like, wait a minute. That is 3 successes. The door is padded, and there is a cunk on the other side. It seems it's made out of definite steel, very thick. The almost the equivalent. I mean, you run the guess that it is probably not too far away from a vault.
Ooh.
And then the little panicked voice in the back of your head's like, "Oh my God, we're in a vault. We can't breathe. There's no air in here." But the voice is far away because your rational mind goes, huh?
She's like, fuck it, and then she'll try to dig her fingernails into that little seam at the door and just tear at it. Whether she succeeds or not, she'll just keep clawing and actually just try to rip the padding off of the door altogether.
The canvas and ticking, I think it's called, whatever they make padding out of. It's older fashioned. I mean, I imagine today it's all that pressure sensitive playground material. But in this, it is just padding and ticking, and you rip the cloth, and little fluffy bunnies of material, escape everywhere, and you keep tearing at it until you have in front of you a steel door. There is no handle, there's no latch on this side. It is just the edge of the door, which seals up really tight with the wall, which also looks to be steel.
She'll scream in frustration again and punch the wall again.
Junk.
But,
There is not even the hinting of denting. And I am also going from looking at your character sheet, and your character is not worked on potence at all. So you're just sitting with, while enhanced strength, not supernaturally enhanced strength.
Exactly. She could hit it really fast, though.
It's true. You'd probably really mess up your hand.
Yeah.
This is definitely a encasement that is designed for people with potence who might be upset about things.
Might be upset.
So, 7 days in total pass. And then the door opens up. Yeah, that's about a foot thick door. And it looks like one of those military bunkers, like in Colorado, that you see the door goes, and it takes a couple moments for it to slide out of the perfectly fitted room. Air floods in, and you realize that there's been not much air other than when they would open it during the day.
Oh, that's cool.
Which you slept through. You see Bertha standing there. Standing behind her is Enzo in a very nice suit, holding a clothing over one arm.
What kind of clothing?
It looks like an assortment of gender neutral clothing that are around your size. Um, you never quite took too much notice of the fact that you were naked the entire time, and you're not exactly sure why. It just didn't seem like high on the list of things to care about.
Maybe she would have cared at first if it wasn't for the fact that she was drinking blood.
The higher priorities, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
So he will present the clothing to you with a bow.
She'll choose something plain and comfortable to wear.
So, now begins the official teaching moment, unless you have decided that your existence is not worth going on.
No, I, I, I'm still not happy. Really not happy that you did this to me, but I have to admit that this might be interesting, and I'm curious to learn more.
I'm so glad to hear that. Everybody's embrace is awkward. Um, my embrace was at a truck stop. So, yeah. It wasn't really by choice either. And then I was locked inside of a, sleeper for a few days. And this is a much better experience, I hope.
No, it wasn't nice, but
Hey, if you guys don't need me no more, I can go. Bertha, you know the way out. The boon has been paid. Everything is good. So, hey, congratulations, Mazel Tov, or whatever is said. I will go now.
yay. God, vampires are dicks.
Oh yeah, almost all of them. This is a perfect time to start lessons. Lesson number 1: trust no one. Me, yourself, especially yourself, anyone. Vampires are predators, and at the end of the nights, which can be as long as we do not do things stupid and die, yeah, every vampire's out for themselves.
Um, I assume that Jay would have asked about the frenzy and got answered for it at some
Yeah,
point.
the next day, um,
Yeah.
Bertha would have, in long thing pointed out that, yeah, we get upset over things. That's called a frenzy. That's when your beast takes over your body. Which would probably segue into what a beast is.
Yup.
So for the next, few months, it is a combination of learning ways to mitigate losing control. You never ever able to stop it when one's coming on, but she will teach you tricks to gain control after you lose it. Although
Okay.
you can do a lot of damage in 3 seconds, and it's about
Yeah.
3 seconds it takes you before you gain control. Especially since your beast is really good at accessing what you come to find out is known as celerity, the ability to move fast.
I imagine that Jay would not be happy with the beast taking over and would excuse me, and would go out of her way to go into another prison type situation and repeatedly have the the beast come out so that she can fight it and get better at fighting it.
Um,
Only,
you are
only
put
to
in.
find out that doesn't work as well.
It's and I mean you are put into situations. Luckily, even with your beast going, your sire is more than capable of grappling you, and
Oh yeah.
it seems every time she grapples you, you have no way of getting out. And she explains that that's called potence. Something else so that you'll be able to learn eventually. Oh, yeah. And remember, she says, back that whole when you thought I was really interesting and really, really, was attracted and wanted to hear everything I said.
Yeah, I remember that back.
Yeah, that's called presence. You can do that eventually too, as soon as you figure out how.
Huh. Okay. Why is it that I know celerity, but not the potence or this presence?
She shrugs. Why are kids talented at drawing and other ones talented at math? I don't know. Everybody leans towards something. Now you have the ability to learn all of them. It's just everybody learns, you know, maybe it's something to say with the psychological id or whatever those things that. Uh, who's the guy that wanted you to sleep with your mom?
You mean Freud?
Yeah. Freud, or whatever his name is. I mean,
Yeah.
I am. I went. The only college I went to is trucking college, so I don't really know these things.
Wait, are there actually trucking colleges?
Well, I like to think of it as a trucking college. It's a trucking school that you do after high school, so it is an advanced, advanced curriculum. So yeah.
Huh. Didn't know that was a thing.
Well, you try to drive a multi-ton vehicle on the highway with people who are too busy looking at their phones to pay attention and not drive around and kill people. It's kind of important to have those skills, wouldn't you think?
Just run them over, assholes.
Yeah, the whole. Just so you know, just because you're a supernatural monster now, you're still adherent to the laws, or as adherent as you were before. It's just kind of important to cover up your mistakes. Oh, this is a good time for me to talk about the traditions.
Oh,
Yeah, there are 6 of them, and these are the rules we kind of live our life by.
do we have to? Do I have to like memorize this for a test or something?
Uh, some people would say yeah. Luckily, our prince is not that much of a stickler for knowing, being able to recite them verbatim. I've seen some princes that, when you come into their domain, they're like, please recite the.
She'll chuckle at that.
So, the important things to know there are 6 of them. The first one is do not reveal yourself to people. Mortals are numerous, and you might think pitchforks and all that are a thing of the past, but imagine if they're all armed with assault rifles. Oh, side note, we're slightly immune to bullets, but I'll show you that later. It's really fun.
Wait, seriously? Did I just wade into a firefight and fuck shit up?
Put a pin. Is that the term? Put a pin in that. Let's put a pin in that. Focus on the important things. Breaking breaking a tradition will get you killed.
Oh, Jesus.
Like the prince or one of the prince's agents will pop your head off like you're an irritated tick. So, second tradition is domain. Areas that you have been awarded is your responsibility, and those who go to those are supposed to pay, respect you. If they don't, that's your problem.
Wait, do I have a domain or like?
Oh no. No, domains are something you get when you shine the princess apple enough, or you do something good. Or yeah, I mean, it's not something for most people. Next is progeny, which is the reason why I made you. But if you make a vampire, which you can make your own vampire, well, if you do it without permission, you and the kid die.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a big Smokey Bear no.
So you got permission to have me or embrace me, I guess?
Well, not you specifically, but I got the right to progeny. I don't want to go into what I had to do, but let's just say it was in my wheelhouse and they were in the way. But not to deviate. But that gave me things. So I looked out for somebody special that would make a good child. Child with an E. But the one time I called it childy, people made fun of me, so probably shouldn't do that.
Child E. What's it called then?
Child.
Oh. Huh.
It's like, like the medicine shops, but you're not supposed to say, like, medicine shoppies.
I get that, yeah.
All right, so there's the accounting, which you are now officially in. Any mistake you make reflects on me. So you go and do something stupid, we both get punished for it. And this will go until I release you, is the term. And there will be a ceremony. It's probably going to be during the tithe.
Tithe?
Oh, yeah. Well, another pin. Yeah. Let's finish out with the traditions. You keeping up so far?
God, this is so boring, she says.
Yeah, tell me about it. If it helps you better.
Yeah, I got it so far. There's the domain and the prince, and gotta.
Next is hospitality. When you're in somebody else's domain, be respectable to them. Like at great pains, because if you don't, bad things will happen to you. It's the other side of the when you get a domain, people are polite to you unless then you can do shit to them. So, in a larger scale, all of Vegas is the domain of the prince. Now, he has the right to give small little parts of that domain to people to babysit. While they're babysitting those domains, they actually have all the rights of the domain, but it's still on loan. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that.
So,
nice racket.
Yeah. And mostly he gives out stuff to good earners and so on and so forth. The last one is kind of important. So, in my opinion, the first tradition and the sixth tradition are the most important traditions.
Mm-hmm.
And the sixth tradition is destruction. Destruction. You are forbidden from destroying, killing another vampire.
So like, no murder?
No murder of vampires. Mortals are, that's on your own. Even though I strongly recommend against casually killing them because your beast gets stronger and easier to escape, and don't get me started on what a white is.
That's so fucked up that they mortals. Ugh, that's so weird to say. That other people are just have no rights like that.
Yeah, the world is an unfair place. If you had any inkling of the world is fair, then your parents did a bad job raising you.
No, I know that the world's fucked up. It's never been that blatant before.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing about being a vampire is a lot of the veil, I think is the word they use, is lifted, and you get to find out that, there's a reason horrible shit happens. And most of the time, it's powerful vampires. Or other things. So, at this point, I should probably touch on the edicts.
Oh god, so now there's more, not just traditions, but edicts too?
Yep. So, a prince is the ultimate power in an area.
Mm-hmm.
And
so,
Seeley just realized he didn't...
There's no one above them? Like, there's no king who's ruling all over, like, America or something like that?
That's kind of funny. So...
The Emperor of all vampires. Emperor Dracula.
You're cute, kid. We can go over the edicts at a later point. Mostly because Seeley forgot to port them to this game, and I don't want to waste everybody's time doing that. But
Fair
before
enough.
the first session, that will be able on the screen to be seen when people want it.
Got it.
So, princes are responsible for their domain, and most princes' domain is the city they live in. It's pretty much you can have as much domain as you can hold, and princes
Okay.
get supporters and people that will back them, and a lot of times they get paid off in what's known as domain or responsibility. So it's a merit something or other.
Meritocracy.
Yeah. So the more you do, the more you get. Um, you went to school, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah, I have some schooling.
I was hoping to have a kid smarter than me someday. Anyway,
What, you didn't go to school? I thought you went to college.
trucking college.
So, don't teach you too much other than driving, huh?
You learn 36 ways of cursing someone out. No, I'm just that's a joke. But my education was lacking, and I have not really gotten much chance to go to night school because I have no fucking interest in going to night school. I know what I know, and that's more than I need to know.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of feel the same way.
See, birds of a feather flock together.
I'm sorry, I'm not. Wait, am I interested in that kind of thing anymore?
Who knows? I mean, your body is dead. There's that whole drive to reproduce is, well, shifted at the very least. Since now we make babies with our fangs and not with body parts. So it really is look for what you find pleasure in or what you remember pleasure in and go to town. If you're not, on that, because a lot of vampires, they don't really all that, aggressively sexual living, and that's even less. And then
Oh, gee.
sometimes you just do it because it still feels good, even if it's mooted. I don't know why
So,
I've been possessed by voices beyond. Sorry.
so,
These are things that you'll need to figure out for yourself. Luckily, you have, quite a few months before I feel comfortable letting you go. Um, it's true. And by the way, for those listening at home, shout out to the fabulous Ms. Mesmerized. If we get a chance, go over and check out her stream.
woo,
Oh yeah, this is all this is
thanks.
because of her. So time continues. You get to learn new things. The basic rules seem to be more complex. There are times that she will let you go on what she calls play dates with other unreleased vampires. And that's how you get to meet a lot of your coterie mates. Well, maybe not coterie mates at the moment, but people you will be gaming with, other players,
Indeed.
which will,
Uh,
tackle a little bit more first session.
all right, and yeah, she'll play along and learn and figure out what's going on. She's after the first while of learning and getting used to this new existence, she becomes eager to really dive into the experience of being a vampire. She'll
So
meet up with her friends again and uh, low contacts because she knows that she can't do too much, but she'll let them know that she's okay and not to go on a warpath trying to figure out where she is. Uh,
So you decided to go with the not faking your death, but just managing the life and unlife.
exactly. She was in a position in her life that her only going out at night is not that unusual. Um,
Good to know. Um, when you go out on these things, the first time you're like, "Hey, I've been set free," and then you catch sight of either Bertha or other people of the clan.
mhm.
You've been introduced over this times in private affairs to other Bruja,
Yeah,
and this would probably be a good time to touch on other members of your clan.
let's do it. Will I ever meet the prince? She asked Bertha.
Oh yeah. So at the end of the month, um, we all do our tithe to the prince. It's pretty much paying rent for the next month. Um, and he generally is when he holds the release parties. And I know a couple other kindred who got the rights to embrace, and we're all going through this growing pains. And in the back of my mind, I worry that I am not giving you the right skills to be successful. But the great thing is he's going to encourage you guys to group together. I grouped together with my first coterie right out of being, moving to a city and discovering things.
I thought you said I couldn't trust anyone.
I also realized that the background she told you about how she was embraced uh, isn't congruent to the out of character information, but that might be a lie. So for those people at home wondering why it doesn't match up, that's why. Sometimes the Sealy brain does things. Um, Refocusing. You can't. But getting kindred around you that you understand, that are all motivated to help each other, because a single vampire by themselves will get fucked over every time unless they're powerful enough to be by themselves. And trust me, sweetheart, you're not. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not, and you're weaker than me.
I'll just run away from anything. But no, I get it.
Be careful about running away at full speed when people are around, because. And my kitten Yaga says, "Hello, everyone."
Hello. Love the cat.
My whole thing is sponsored by Yaga and her
Baby
desired.
Yaga.
Yeah, my baby Yaga. I should do up some baby Yaga memes. She does have the ears for it.
That's awesome.
But
Jay,
oh, go ahead.
Jay will nod and say, "Yeah, yeah, I know. Don't let anyone know." There's a lot of hiding for people who are so powerful.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Oh, did we get fucked up at some point?
There was a point that the world was ending, and the old vampires, the way they did things wasn't really working anymore, and because they did a lot of listen to me, peasants, we do stuff now, blah blah blah. Um, get in my way, I'll kill you. And enough peasants got torches and pitchforks, and they went, "Hey, look, we're numerous. We can take out these vampire jerks." So vampires, at least some of us, went, "You know what's a good idea? Not to be sticking our head up in the public anymore." So that is when the organization we are part of, the Camarilla. Congratulations, by the way, you're part of the Camarilla. There's no recruitment or hazing. You are a member of the Camarilla because I'm a member of the Camarilla, and there's no way to get out of it ever.
Yay.
Subprint, tiny font, there is, but what the player doesn't know will harm them later. No, so, yeah, you eventually get to meet them and all that, but the whole trusting vampires, it's better to be with people of your own power grade, or just like you're on your own level, and then you group up to fight against the bigger things. Then
Oh, there's fighting to be had. I don't. Did you ever explain that thing about being bulletproof? Really interested in that.
oh yeah, that's a good point. Now keep in mind this would be a point that you guys are back at your haven.
Mm-hmm.
which is beneath of a her trekking company. There is a it used to be a military bunker. Um, the ones like from the Cold War. And she smiles at you and says, like, "Yeah, watch." And she pulls out a gun and shoots you.
Oh shit! Fuck! Ah!
So let's go by the numbers. So she will shoot you, and then for this thing, she just got 8d10. And I was going to say, if I botch, that's just going to be funny. So she hits you for 4 successes, because shot uses the base target number of 6. She is shooting you with a light pistol. And a light pistol damage is, I want to say 4.
That sounds right. 5 for heavy, and then revolvers is 6.
Yep. So you are caught by surprise in this. Which, when we get into the bigger game, we'll have the rules for surprise and all that. Because ambushing in Vampire, if you're not ambushing, you're being ambushed, and you should get out of the fight because violence is deadly. So after the first success, every additional success is called an accuracy bonus, and it adds to the damage roll. So she got 4 successes on you, so she's going to get to roll 3 on top of the 4, so she rolls 7d10. And a tip for those new to roll 20, the easiest way to do this is to type /R, space, the number, so in this case 7, D, 10. And if there's the reason why there's little pauses is because my push to talk button that I use to use the way I speak with players in the game sometimes have problems with me pushing keys at the same time. So my apologies. So then we hit enter, and there is 2 possible damage there, an 8 and a 7. Anything over 6 is a damage. There are only 2 rolls. Well, technically 3 rolls. In Vampire that are not counted. One of them is the damage roll. The second one is the soaking damage roll, which we'll do in a moment. And the third is the initiative roll, because the initiative system is a outlying system that doesn't match up with anything else with Vampire 20th Anniversary Edition. But luckily, I have never complained or thought about rewriting that system ever. I might be lying. So, you are now shot. So, please roll your stamina. And if you have fortitude, which I don't think you currently do.
I do not. Should you explain about the different types of damage?
All right. Seems a reasonable thing. For those who do not know, there are 3 types of damage in the World of Darkness. There is bashing, there is lethal, and there is aggravated. Bashing is the least killy of... I mean, you can still, hurt somebody badly, but bashing is like hitting somebody with your knuckles, hitting somebody with a baseball bat. Basically, blunt trauma is considered bashing, which is why it's called bashing. Lethal is more of the stabby, pokey kind of damage. Edges, knives, bullets. For all but vampires, because vampires treat bullets as bashing, because they have no organs to worry really about, since they are pretty much just sponges at this point in their existence. And then there's aggravated damage, which is, flamethrowers and any type of massive amounts of damage. To vampires, direct sunlight is aggravated, even non-direct sunlight. Moonlight is only problematic to one clan that is hypersensitive to the light thing. But since this game's not going to have any of those, we'll not really explore that all that much yet. Or at all. So you take 2 damage, so please roll me your stamina. So you soak 1 of the 2 damage. Now, with guns and bashing, Well, especially with guns. Vampires. I think it's with guns. It might be guns and any bashing is. Anyway, I'll look it up later. My apologies. This is the fun of unscripted communication. We bring it raw here because that's the way we run Vampire.
That's the only way to run it.
Yeah, who's heard of video editing and putting in fancy graphics? That's for the that's for the artistes of the world. Where I am clearly at that saying doesn't. I'm not even a Toreador. Anyway, back to the Brujas. So after you soak, you then half the damage from bashing attacks to take the amount that you take. So half of one is 0. It's 0.5, but for vampires it's 0.
Down.
So she shoots you point blankly with a gun, and while the shock of it is shocking, doesn't hurt at all. It puts a hole in the clothes you're wearing, but it doesn't rupture your skin.
What the fuck?
Do you need another example?
She'll pull the bullet out and look at it, see it's like all scrunched up from hitting her, and she'll like, so we literally are bulletproof?
Oh, did that one not go in? Here, let me try again. Bang! These are important lessons.
Yeah, they are.
So, once again, caught off in surprise, I imagine. She's an NPC, so she doesn't get specialties. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes. But there's a 1, so it's only 5 successes. A lot of times, 5 successes meet a critical success. In this, not as much since it's just straight combat. However, that does mean that you have 5 successes. You can now dodge, because while it's a surprise, it is you're a little bit more wise to it. Dodging. So in the Seelie-verse, all people get what's known as a free dodge. If you're aware of an attack, like somebody pointing a gun at you, you can say, "I would like to attempt to dodge." Vampires are a little bit quicker on the uptake, so they generally get a better pool than anybody else. But I run with if there's a rule for the players, there's the same rule for the NPCs, because you're all toys and no, I'm just kidding. So let's see if Jay successfully dodges. So please roll your dexterity and athletics. And at this point, we will go. Let's say you have half the celerity you have. So celerity adds dice to dexterity when it's not activated. To be clear, the Seelie-verse has different rules for celerity. Oh, I should figure out a way to post all of my rules changes so those listening at home can read them if they're interested. I will remember that later or not. I don't have assistants yet, so if I don't remember something, it is lost to the ether. So, with celerity, any physical discipline has a on and an off. When they are off, they give you a passive addition to whichever physical attribute they are linked to. So celerity is linked to dexterity, potence is linked to strength, and fortitude is linked to stamina. For this character,
She has a lot of celerity.
she does have a lot of celerity on her current character sheet. If I remember right, there's 4 of it.
Yes.
But this is during your training, so let's say you only have 2. So
She's
you'll
still
have
learning.
you are still learning, but you're really focused on being the go go go. So
She loves it. She loves being able to run past cars that are driving.
gotta go fast, or whatever that song is. So
Right.
roll me your dexterity, athletics plus 2 dice against a target number of 6 to dodge.
Ooh.
So that is 1. Do you have a specialty in your dexterity?
Yes, graceful.
And what is your speciality in athletics?
No.
All right. Well, I will say in this case that you are.
That's a little on edge. Like it could be, but
You know,
also it's
I'm
not.
going to say
Yeah.
that this is not something that you can gracefully do because this is more of a knee jerk. The fuck, you know.
Yeah, no, she was not expecting to be shot again, but
So
like she's also more ready for it at the same time.
yeah, because in the back of your mind, you're like, I've learned dodging is good. So that's one, two, three, four, five, six. So you successfully dodge the bullet as you whoop, and you hear the bullet whiz, and it is close enough since you beat by one success that the clothing, as it trails as you go to the side, you can hear the shirt goes tick tick as the bullet goes through it, and then you hear ding 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 as it bounces off the steel-lined walls of your haven. Hey, you're not supposed to dodge. How can I teach you it if you get out of the way?
Stop shooting me!
Sit still. Bang.
Fuck. No, she's still in. Oh.
So she got 6 successes to shoot you. Are you going to dodge again?
I think she will not dodge this time.
By the way,
Because-
everybody's hearing at this moment is a little bit penalized because you've been firing in a sound-proof room that's pretty enclosed. So if it comes to it, there is ringing in everyone's ears. So there'll be a +1 hearing difficulty.
She'll try to like block the bullet. She'll like put her arms up in defense.
All right. So not that you can block bullets without.
but-
Now, if you had fortitude, you actually technically can, but you're blocking bullets with the thing that. Anyway, so she successfully shoots you this time, and that will be a total of 6 dice to roll for damage. Sorry, math is hard. 10 dice. Bang. So ones do not count, as we mentioned before. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a much better shot this time.
That's a much better shot.
So please roll your stamina. You have a stamina of 4. So do you have a specialty?
Her specialty in stamina is determined.
All right. Luckily, determined not to be shot is not applicable in this.
Exactly.
So of those 7, you soak 2, so it goes to a 5. And then you half that, and the easiest way to do it is you drop it to a 4, half, then you take 2 bashing. So on your character sheet, which I will pull up. Since the player is able to pull up their own character sheet, and once I pull it up, I can also look at it.
Okay, let me know when you're there.
Or I could have just looked a little bit down because I was not paying attention. So, character sheet is up. And for those who are on roll 20 doing vampire, if you scroll down, here is the health section. And there is this extra abused area for there's different things that give people extra health levels, extra so on and so forth. But in our case, unless Jay had a merit that gave them an extra health level, we start here. So the marks equal that these are bashing. There is also lethal and aggravated. So now they are hurt. They have -1 die pool, and with anything that is physical based. Pretty sure it's just physical based, not all things. I really
Right.
need to make a note of things to look up. Yes, I've been playing this game for 30 years. Thank you, folks. Good night. No, So, that means that if we are in initiative, their initiative would drop 1. And now every die pool they roll, they have 1 less die. So the important thing to know is this time you feel the bullet enter you, tear through a bit of the stuff on the inside, um, but you reflexively move your blood out of the way from around it, so none leaks out. Vampires don't bleed.
I imagine it goes through her arm and into her shoulder, at which point she'll feel all that and she'll be able to see the hole in her arm that's just completely dry.
Yep, there's a hole in meat, but it's just there, just kind of looking at you.
Does it hurt?
Um, it's not necessarily pain so much as you registering there's damage there. Hey, welcome.
She'll Jay will look at the hole for a second, but then turn her attention back to Breath and say, "Are you done?"
Yes, I'm now on to the next lesson I wanted to show you. Is you don't want to walk around with, pretending to be Swiss cheese, do you?
Well, what? No. So, what? Do I just make sure to wrap up my wounds?
Um, we do something more. So, think inside of you, and you feel the blood that's inside of you, and you felt how the blood pulled away from that.
Yeah.
Well, now think about concentrate on the blood, and have it slowly go forward, but not seep out of the wound, but repair it, to regrow it, to slowly push the bullet out from where it's lodging in, somewhere I assume your clavicle.
Huh. She'll start with her arm and focus on the hole and concentrate on that and watch as it closes up.
Yep, so you spend 2 blood points and you heal those 2. So feel free to remove those 2 bashing. And now there's a weird feeling of something clattering around your shirt as the bullet eventually drops to the ground. So, yeah, that is also a...
trick. Sorry, go ahead.
Nope. That is also something we can do. But it's takes concentration, so it's kind of hard to do in the middle of combat. So try not to get hurt too much.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. Wait, so we're like super people, right? Does that mean we heal faster?
No capes.
Well, huh?
Just kidding. We have abilities that some writers might think makes us superheroes, but we're not superheroes. And trust me, 3 guys with shotguns ruins your day.
Oh yeah, no, shotguns are...
Sorry,
yeah.
3 people with indiscriminate genders ruins your day. It's so hard being a member of the living community of the world.
Yeah, if you say so. She says. She'll shake her head and look at the bullets that she has again and say, well, if we're not superheroes, what are we doing? Why are we so bulletproof and all these other things?
Bullet resistant is probably a better way to think about it.
Right.
Like, we're not necessarily immortals, even though a lot of people call us immortals. No, we can die. We just don't have anything natural. We don't age out.
Oh, so, is there like an oldest vampire?
Yeah. His name's Bob, you don't know him.
Oh, well.
The important thing is don't let your ego kill you. And that's the biggest mistake most new vampires get, is they think that they are 10 foot tall and bulletproof, and then, walk into a situation and they get turned to ash.
She's quiet for a moment, and Lynn says, okay, yeah, no, this is really cool, but I can see how that could be dangerous.
Yep. So I'm not going to have one of my kids die because they did something stupid on accident. I want them to do something stupid on purpose.
That's that I might just do.
Yeah. So, well, we got that figured out and all that. You want to get something to eat?
I am rather hungry, yes, especially after that. After you fucking shot me.
Yeah, suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah. What's a few bullet wounds between friends, I suppose.
No vampire got far in this world by belly aching. Anyway, you're a member of Clan Bruja. Your job is to kick ass, chew bubblegum, and forget how quotes go.
Fuck quotes. I'll kick all the ass I need.
Pardon me a second. I need to uh, say hi to a little kitten. You're fine. Don't you hate it when you're at a job and you have your manager just
So,
looking
yeah.
over your shoulder? So, I forgot to, I was not pushing the button for that. But I was saying, don't you hate when you're at a job and your manager's looking over the shoulder, complaining about how you're doing it, but they're not explaining to you what would make it better? Yep, welcome to the world of having a cat. So, we are 10 minutes away from this end, and hopefully Brown will be joining us soon. I just got heads up that he is on the way.
Cool.
So, let's go real quickly about you guys going off hunting. Hunting in the Sealyverse is done by using perception and whatever method of hunting you're going to do. Do you physically go up and just grab somebody and drink them? Do you seduce them back to your nest of pleasure, or, alleyway, or, what have you? So, how would Jay go about hunting?
Jay's very uncomfortable with the idea of physically attacking somebody. Not necessarily because she's against it, but because she's not good at attacking people. Actually, it's a different skill set. It's not strength and brawl when hunting like that, right?
Um, when you grab somebody, it is strength and brawl to grapple somebody,
Okay,
and potence
but
helps into
find
that.
somebody is a different role. Okay, so yeah, she would be more interested in actually getting people fucked up and then feeding on them while they're incapacitated. Fucked up as in drugged. Get drunk or high or something like that.
All right. So, off to the bar with you.
Especially once she finds out what happens. When you do that, she'll actually like that even more. So yeah, she goes to the bar and she'll wait until somebody goes up to hit on her.
And let's see, spinning the roll. An 8. So before this, your sire did tell you some of the places to avoid, which have active kindred communities or active other supernatural communities. So you're in just a run-of-the-mill place that's called...
Buddy entered your channel.
We can call it Buddy Enters Your Channel. Hey, Brown.
Hello.
Hello.
So I will be switching over to you in about 8 minutes. So I hope you don't mind sitting back and relaxing.
I do not.
All right. So let's call it the Clue Club.
The Clue Club, I love it.
It is a partial reference to an 80s movie.
I was hoping it was done in the style of the Clue board game, where you could go to each room and then get the murder weapons as drinks.
Oh, I was thinking CLU, but I am totally thinking that is better. So I am going to add the Clue Club, and yeah, it's going to be the club is done into 9 separate rooms, where the bar is in the central room, and there's uh, individual dance rooms and all that. There's no cool secret passage because they tried that at the beginning, but
Love
people
that.
bad things happen in places where there's no supervision.
Exactly, especially when people get drunk.
Yes. So you are there. What room would you like to be hanging out in?
Let's go to the dining room.
All right. So the dining room has a basically a light at the top that basically does the a stylized version of the clue board projected onto the floor.
I love it.
So you're in the classic boardroom or the dining room. The billiard room actually has a pool table, but having just a regular table here would go poorly. So is your character out dancing or wallflowering up?
Oh, she'll dance. She'll get in the thick of it.
All
Have
right,
fun.
let's see how good you are at the dancey dance. Would you please roll me dexterity, your current celerity, since this is a more recent event, and performance.
Sure thing. I do not have performance.
So anytime you don't have a ability in the skills category, you get +1 difficulty to your action. So please roll a difficulty of 7.
Nice.
That is 1, 2, 3. So you are dancing on the equivalence of an Elaine, to make a old television show reference. At least you are kind of hitting the beat every 6th or 7th beat, but you're looking like you're having fun.
Oh yeah, she doesn't give a shit about how she looks. She's just dancing.
Awesome. And of course, like with all natural club mating calls of a single person dancing on the dance floor, a individual comes. Let's see, male, female, other. It is a male. A gentleman comes walking up and starts doing that a respectful distance away, dancing. Let's see, does he dance better than you do? He dances almost twice as good as you do, technically,
Nice.
but he is not dancing well. He is now popping and locking, and oh, he just went into the robot. But
if she knows him, she'll look him over and see what he's like.
all right, and this is the point where we will go with the mechanics of it. So please roll me perception, and this would be subterfuge.
Subterfuge. Okay.
Now, thinking wise, I mean, if you were trying to seduce somebody by dancing, it would be performance. But we've already figured out that that's not your strong suit. So, you very much successfully, and I am truncating for time. You very successfully, tell him how a great dancer he is. Let's go make out somewhere, and you go out to a dark corner and feed.
Nom, 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 nom.
There are more complex rules on feeding, but since this is a vignette, we're not going to really touch on that right now.
Fair enough.
So, you have your thing. You're in a lone place. Everything's fine. How much blood would you like to take from your victim?
Standard. Well, assuming that she's room for it, standard 2.
All right. So you can take a human has up to 10 blood, but more than 2 points of removed from a person, their life gets kind of dicey. Like the third point's a 50-50 chance somebody dies. So you drink your first point. Oh, so delicious. Not quite as delicious as your own tears, but you've been instructed by your sire that drinking vampire blood is very bad and do not do it.
Yeah, there are certain drugs you don't touch.
Yes. You drink your second point. The warmth of the person fills your body. And now is the point where you need to stop feeding. So please roll me a self-control, because delicious blood is delicious.
That is very delicious.
You successfully disengage, and I would assume lick the wound.
Oh yeah.
So you lick the wound, which magically disappears, leaving removing all trace of your physical feeding, other than them being a little bit white, a little bit pale, as my brain's doing wrong words, and makes them kind of woozy and kind of makes the whole thing kind of a blurred memory. The great thing in this case, normally I would roll to see if they're intoxicated or not. This person was not. So you got the blood, and you can leave them, and they will have no clear memory, other than they went and made out for a bit, and experienced a level of pleasure that is well beyond their understanding, and might, depending on their personality, encourage them to become a individual that's fed upon later. But that's something for a later story.
That's not my problem.
All right, so that is the end of your vignette. Didn't quite get you to the point where you set up, but I wanted to kind of get everybody set up first. So we will have everybody going to the introduction, the first session, which I am right now tentatively saying is going to be the first. It's not the last Saturday this month.
Okay.
Which would be the 27th.
All
But
right.
it really depends if we can get everything powered through, but we'll figure it out then. So if you want to hang out, feel free to hang out. Everybody welcome Brown, the player of Anna Hill.
Thank you, thank you. Your roaring applause is all I needed to hear.
Yeah.
Actually, if it's okay with you, Brown, we'll take a small little break. In the future, I should actually put a small little break. So let's go with 5 minutes, and we'll put the stream on pause, and we will come back and continue. And we are back. Welcome, everybody. We are about to start the second vignette. This time, the vignette of Anna Hill, member of Clan Malkavian.
Anna Hill, not Anna.
My apologies, Anna Hill. Oh, that's clever. So, unlike the last vignette I did, are we still going with you're an escaped member from the North America Sabbat?
Yep, and it's Anna. Sorry, I just got a call. One of those fake calls. I hung up. Talking about power. It's irrelevant for me. So fake call.
Fair enough.
All right. So sorry about that. But yes, I am. Anna Hill is an escaped member of the Sabbat.
All right. So for this vignette, let's go with her creation and how the whole situation started. So let's go to about a year ago, where and you said Anna, right?
Yep.
Even though I do think it's kind of funny if you kept on, kept on changing the. No, it's Anna. No, Anna.
That might be a fun thing to do.
I once had a Malkavian in a LARP who, every time he met somebody new, he used the name of the last person he met. And
God.
yeah, it's just.
That's a Malkavian thing to do.
It is a great way to cause chaos wherever you go.
Mm-hmm.
So, with all that said, you are sitting in a. Let's say it is a Dairy King or
Yeah.
Ice Cream King. Some safe knockoff brand. I don't actually know if I have to worry about naming out name brands or stuff.
Pretty sure something like, I don't know, Mickey D's isn't going to care.
Yeah. Hopefully Dairy Queen doesn't care. I don't know if they're still around anymore.
They are.
Oh, good.
There's one near.
Sweet. They should last forever. Anyway.
I ordered eats from them.
It's really pretty busy. It's a Friday night. There is called. Oh. Well, look at me cheating by failing. Confectionery King. Oh, I think that one's too. Anyway. Thank you, Mel. Shout out to being awesome. Shout out to everybody following us this day. Thank you for being here, and I hope you enjoy the vignettes. So, it is a hot summer night, and, who doesn't want to get a little ice cream? So,
Happened.
Is Anna there by herself?
No, she's social, so there's probably about 4 or 5 other soldiers with her. Probably all hanging out after work.
Some free time from the military base?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you guys...
No one just wants to go back to the barracks after work.
And, going to a bar is a little on the nose-ish, or...
Yeah, they all have an early day tomorrow. Inspection or something. Who knows?
And it's been encouraged by the people in charge to be, bright and, bushy-tailed.
Yep, so rather than getting up at 6:30, they gotta get up at like 3:30 and annoying. Alright. But yeah, so they're hanging out, enjoying a gigantic fatty burger and ice cream.
And all of you being trained soldiers are a little bit aware of your situations more than the other people here. It's pretty early in the evening. It's about, I don't want to say about 9 p.m. There are no children present, but there are definitely a lot of older teenagers, maybe young adults in their 20s. Um, there's a couple on a date, and there's definitely a group of just rambunctious kids that are, they seem to be locals. Now, keep in mind, you are stationed in Henderson, Nevada, and there's not really, there's Vegas, but I'm pretty sure almost everybody on the base has been told under no circumstances if you're caught, even on your own time, going to Vegas, there will be words said.
So long as you don't show up drunk on courtesy patrol, you'll probably be fine. But yeah.
Yeah, like many things, just because it's said doesn't mean it's not broken.
All the time.
So, that is strange when there's that tingle sound of somebody coming in, and the people behind the counter look up, and you see a pack of 6 individuals. And I'm not sure why your brain calls them a pack, but they come off, even though they all look individualistic, there's a certain level of, click that radiates off of them. There is one that's clearly in charge. He's tall, he's got a square jaw. And the other ones are, at least at this point, not important enough to describe, but they're all distinct in their own way. One of them, which sticks out in your memory the most, was carrying a orange Gatorade cooler with them by handles, and the top had been, looked like secured with metal brackets, and the whole Gatorade word has been defaced, so all it said was aid. And they walk in, and the person in charge says, "Sheila, now." And then all you could do is stand there and stare at the person who is Sheila. She is gorgeous, she is beautiful, and you do whatever she says. They set up a processing station where all of you get in a line, and they tell you to get in a line, and you do. No matter how much the little voice in the very back of your head wants to fight, you can't. Not against this. Sheila is your world. And Sheila tells you to listen to Aaron. Aaron takes each of you individually, takes you up to a person who bites them in the neck, removes, who knows. You just watch them slowly feed. And it seems to be a different person. They rotate amongst themselves on who does it. Then they lead it over to the person that was carrying the Gatorade. And they take a small little cup, almost like one of those cups that you would get at the dentist's office or some watering machine, smaller than a Dixie cup, just like a little, corrugated cup. And they push the button, and a little bit of red liquid falls in, and they put it to your lips and say, "You are drafted." And you drink it. There is an explosion inside of you, and then you can't remember anything. All you remember is seeing what happened to the people in front of you in line, which you recall even after the fact. And they get picked up, carried outside, put into some vehicle. You can hear them being, thrown inside, not gentle, but you can't see what it is. You wake up laughing. You wake up in a cement room. No walls. No walls, cement room. Brought to you by Blumco. No windows. And the door is a steel hatch. There are claw marks in the walls, um, there is a tiny little drainage grate at the bottom, and there's a slight tilt to the floor that goes to that grate. And the only thing there's a plastic bottle filled with red liquid.
All right. How big did you say the grate was?
It is about, I'm going to say, the diameter of a quarter.
Gotcha.
And that's the piping underneath. It's got one of those 3-slot grates on the top of it. There is a light on the ceiling that is been built into the cement ceiling behind a double mesh glass. It's enough to illuminate, but it would be not really good to read by this light.
Gotcha. If there's a light, that means they're going to check on us. They want to see. Do I see any observational equipment?
Give me a perception and alertness roll. Target number is going to be 8. And for this, I'm just going to use your current character sheet and opposed to what you would be at this point in time. Since your character has the fortunateness of already gone through basic boot training, unlike a lot of the other people. One success. If there's a camera anywhere, your estimate would be probably somewhere in the light source behind those secure panes of glass.
All right.
You don't see it, but if you know the central placement and the way the room is laid out, it would be more than capable of covering the entire room.
All right. So if they are watching us, it's from there, or they're coming in through the door. I can't see any other way out. I'm gonna have to play dead. I'm gonna see if I'm going to search around the area near me, see if I can find anything sharp, anything, keys.
This is the point when you notice that you're also naked, by the way.
Fuck.
Even the grate has been built into the cement, and there is claw marks around it that somebody tried to dig at it, but eventually gave up. They're not very deep.
Gotcha.
At this point in time, you have a weird realization.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel the blood in your system.
Odd.
And you are, at the moment, about 40% full.
Is that water bottle looking tasty?
Considering that you are thirstier than you've ever experienced in your life, you are, it might be poisoned, it might be drugged, but you are an inch away from not caring anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You are officially hungry.
Gotcha.
Now, for those at home, the term hungry is anytime a kindred is under half their blood pool, which means they have a +1 difficulty on all actions because they are just so distracted by hunger. For vignettes, I generally go rules light, but it will come up and has come up on occasion, so it will be mentioned again later, possibly.
All right. I don't have a choice. I'm going to have to get out of here. I'm going to try to resist eating, and I'm going to play dead.
All right. At this point in time, your character still has the standard virtues. And for the most part, because of when you escape, you'll always have the basic virtues.
Mm-hmm.
So please roll me self-control to resist the tastiness of whatever liquid's in that bottle. Because they wouldn't go through you start rationalizing, they wouldn't go through all this problem if they just wanted to kill you. So, with 2 successes, you can hold off drinking if you choose.
Yeah. I'm trying to move as little as possible. I've been trying to move as little as possible. Small twitches, but now I'm just going to straight up play dead, try to relax, and wait for them to check on us.
You know, it would be a lot easier if it wasn't for that constant. It's not necessarily like a earworm or a song. There's just this kind of soft pressure in the back of your head that is more akin to somebody randomly flipping through old television stations, like that younger sibling that when you had that remote old TV that you would actually didn't have a remote for, you had to switch channels. It would just go. Nothing is clear. Nothing is precise.
I wonder where that analogy came from. I'm an only child.
And probably born in an era before, after televisions all had remotes and not. But it does. That is the thought that popped into your head. It's weird. And that's when you realize it wasn't your thought. It wasn't your memory. But you remember it all the same.
Okay. I am in some sort of flippin' horror movie or something. Resident Evil science experiment. Wait, there's some. Oh well. Just gotta hold on, wait for. Because hopefully there isn't actually a camera up there. And hopefully they actually come in and check on us. If they do, I might have a chance. There's only one entrance point, and I gotta get out there.
Time flows by in spits and spurts. You don't really. I mean, there's no way to track time. There's no any movement or anything. It's you are being as still as possible. For the first time in your life, you have no need to move. Your muscles don't ache. You don't have to move your legs. You can stay as dead still, pun intended, as you wish.
Well, I'll take it. Come on, through the door, through the door, through the door. I know you're out there, you bastard.
Time slowly crawls by. And then you're unaware of what's going on because dawn has happened and you slip into the death that all vampires experience during the day. You wake again, not with a start because the last thing on your mind was to stay still. But now there are 2 bottles in there and a small book. You are at 20% blood capacity at this point. That craving, that thirst, you didn't think it could get worse than it was yesterday. It is worse. Every part of your body is craving liquid.
Yeah, plan's not going to work if Plan's not going to work if I die of thirst. I won't be able to move.
Now, one thing you did discover in your, trying to stay still is your ability to move blood around your body. It just started on, hey, I can feel blood in my system. And you're like, can I move it? And then just at the thought, you move it to, some major organ. It seems that there's nothing stopping where the blood moves from.
All right. Resident Evil it is. Well, no one else is awake.
You're no Mila Jovovich.
Fuck it. I'm going to need my strength. If this is drugs, to keep us unconscious. I'm not going to make it if I don't eat.
You should drink some of it. It will be good for you.
Shut up. Asai, she downs them.
The shock of what is contained in that bottle is only mitigated by the deliciousness and the screaming out for joy your entire body experiences. I mean, I imagine in the field you've had to eat or drink some questionable things. So the fact that you're drinking blood isn't too far off.
But the fact that it tastes like actual liquid sex is probably strange.
Oh, yeah. The fact that there is a certain cardinal pleasure that you get from drinking it, which no matter how tasty of a beverage you've ever drank in your life, never quite had that whole, ooh, sense to it. As a player once widely said, it's like eating a bloody Snickers. That's an advertisement campaign. The noise is louder today, that pressure in the back of your head. If you were to equate it to a volume dial, yesterday it was at a 2. Today is like at a 4. It's distracting because you can't make out anything. So it's infuriating on that level alone.
God dang it.
And you drink both bottles?
Yep.
When you down the second bottle, there was a rattling sound in it. Which kind of bounces off of your lower teeth as it hits in, because you didn't quite notice it as you're drinking.
All right. I cough up whatever it is.
It seems to be a tip of a bullet. Your guess would be a 22 caliber. I forget if there's a special word for just the.
Well, there are hollow points.
It just looks like a standard cast. I know that there's shells and there's a cap, but this is just the lead part of it. Some might say just the tip.
Gotcha.
It was small enough for you to almost accidentally swallow, but luckily it bounced off your teeth and didn't just go down because nobody wants to get lead poisoning.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and just so everyone knows, I decided I would have that my Malkavian derangement would be a vampire-specific one.
Sounds good.
You, since you're the storyteller, you can look at it and see it.
Yep, but I will hold off at this point since one, you've not done quote-unquote cooking as a vampire yet. It takes about 7 days for a vampire to fully vampire, but some vampires are do so earlier than others.
All right, so I've got a bullet that's useless without a gun, but it could be useful.
Well, it's not the casing; it's just the metal tip of a bullet.
Okay, so I have the metal tip of a bullet. Well, I've already moved. I grabbed the book. What's in it?
It is a medical journal about the human body. But it's definitely something for first years or nurses. It's pretty basic, but it goes over, what to look for health wise and other um, interesting yet slightly disturbing, signs of infection, signs of, liver disease.
Okay. Alright, so basic textbook and a bullet. Too bad I'm not MacGyver. Alright then, I'm going to inspect the door. At this point, I've moved around enough that if they're watching from a camera, my play dead shenanigans aren't going to work.
Nope, and got no reaction playing dead or not playing dead. Does your character have medicine?
Yes.
Roll me perception medicine, if you would, please. So, the one takes away the one success, so you do not have any discoveries as of yet.
Yeah, not really my primary concern to figure out whatever voodoo they did to me.
The door you're looking at is military. You gotta get it like it was salvaged, perhaps from a submarine. It opens outward, and it has a large round wheel in the center.
Okay. Is there a window?
No window.
All right.
Hatch. Hatch is the word I was trying to think of. Sorry.
Gotcha. Can I... can I just push it open?
You push on it, and... the door does not open.
All right. Let's see if I can... well, let's see if I can open the flippin' circle wheel thing.
Are you talking about the knob? The thing that opens it?
Yes.
All right. You grab it, and which way are you turning?
Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. So left.
It moves. There is a screech that is incredibly loud. So loud now that you realize that everything you've been doing is in dead silence. There is no sound hitting your ears. Not even the rush of blood in your system.
God damn, whatever they did, this is... I'm going to find whoever did this, I'm going to shove a 5.56 round into their flipping skull. Opening the door. Opening the door. Goddamn loading screen. Opening the door.
Sorry.
That comment and the Resident Evil stuff I've been saying, I'm going to change my insanity.
Mostly I'm just laughing because of the person who... Rockin' Player is one of my other clients that once got sniped off of cow, feeding on a cow. He's also a player in this game. And you'll be getting to see a lot more of him come this Saturday as we finish up his character, along with doing Bandit's character.
Hey, Rock.
So, The door opens up, and all you see is a hallway with multiple other hatches, all closed. Um, and the same type of light. It looks like this entire complex is built out of the same, basically the same style, including the double paned windows upstairs, coming down from the top. And they look like they're spaced out exactly enough so there's no darkness in between them. But your feelings of Resident Evil are just solidifying.
Screw this place. I am not I am not being there flipping. Well, I guess at this moment I kind of am forced to be there flipping Claire Redfield, but I'm getting my ass out of here.
Would you like to go to the left, which is a hallway that ends and then turns to the right, or would you like to go right, which is a hallway that ends, it looks like a T-section?
Well, if you're going to get out of a maze, keep your hand to the right wall and keep going. Eventually, you'll find a way out. Let's move.
All right, so with your hand on the right wall, you're going to the left?
To the right. Basically, you stick right, eventually you'll get out.
Well, whichever direction you face, the right wall changes. Dun, 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 dun. No.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly you just pick which wall is your right and, stick with it.
Yeah, basically.
All right, so you follow that wall down to the end of the T-section. Every 40 feet is another hatch. Since the room itself is about 20 feet by 10 feet tall. So 20 by 20 by 10.
Mm-hmm.
Not that you have a tape measure or anything, but it's your guesstimate.
Yeah, a rough guesstimation. Gotta get out. No time to ponder.
All right, so you're at the T section. Once again, would you like to go right or left?
Right.
All right, you go to the right. It continues right. You pass a couple of more of those hatches, and you hit another T section. One goes right, one goes left.
Go to the right.
All right, you head down the right. You get to the end. One goes right, one goes left.
Head right.
All right, you go down the right. You get to another T section. One goes left, one goes right.
Head straight forward. I just went through that right.
Yep, you did a full circle.
Mm-hmm.
It seems the way that you thought only had one left actually was also a T section.
Gotcha.
You go forward. You go forward until you hit a. You hit another T section. I have to do the math on my brain real quick. Uploading.
All right. Right.
All right. You go down, and it's exactly the same as the other side. These are definitely. It looks to be two rooms on a side that are all connected together.
Gotcha. All right. Now that I know that, head straight down. Look down, make sure I don't see a door at the end of each hallway, but basically jog, jog.
All right. Thank you, Spacey Rogue. I really need to figure out a way to make my Steam sounds a little bit less jarring. So, eventually you figure out that this place is done up on a 4x4 grid. and each of the grids themselves hold, just for logistics' sake, let's say 3, 3, 8. So hold 8 cells each. Wait, no, that doesn't work out. Let's just say that they are, each side has 3 cells on them. So you have passed about 15 cells when you find a door that's not a hatch.
Finally. Alright. I'm going to try to open this one carefully.
This door is a press handle. Kind of like you'd find in a escape, escape this way.
Mm-hmm.
Emergency door, as my brain is reminding me. And you push on it and it doesn't open.
Goddamn thing is locked.
The handle depresses, but the door doesn't open. Just kunk, kunk, kunk.
Yep, it's locked. Alright, what's it made of?
Looks to be steel. And
Damn it.
hope. Mostly steel, though.
Okay, is there a window?
I'm going to see. Is there a window? There is. They've got one of those double hash windows that is slightly opaque.
Alright, I'm gonna try to break the window. It's gonna hurt.
Yep. So give me a dexterity and brawling roll as you throw, I assume, an elbow at it.
Yep.
Your target number is 7 at this case, since you are starving. With 2 successes, I roll 2d10 to see what damage you successfully do to the window. Even though it's reinforced, it still has a toughness of only 6. So you need to roll 6 or higher. You get 2 successes, and now roll your stamina. Does your character have fortitude?
No.
So please roll your stamina to see about soaking 1 bashing. All right, so you don't act. It hurts. It registers pain at least, and your mind's like, that is pain, but it doesn't really feel like pain. It's not the live wire chewing attention. It is just the damage is detected. That hurts, right? But there are cracks in the window.
Alright, trying again.
All right, go ahead and give another roll.
Another what?
Go ahead and give another attack roll.
That's a botch.
Um,
I assume I hit the metal.
you do hit the metal. Please roll me your strength. You don't manage to hurt yourself this time, but you feel pretty much from your elbow down to your hand is completely numb.
Alright.
Like you aggressively humor boned yourself.
Yep. Well, I have another elbow.
All right, you switch elbows. You are aware that this is making noise cascade down the hallway.
Shit. I don't exactly have time, unfortunately. I need to get out.
All right, make another roll. You successfully hit it. And on this, give me another strength roll. All right, so more cracking happens. You figure that another good hit should break it, or at least pop it out of its frame. And this time it registers pain, but you don't have to roll because you take half of what you do.
Gotcha.
Give me a perception and alertness roll real quick as
Okay.
you fail to hit the door.
Gotcha.
Mostly you start swinging and turn around and miss. You're not sure if it is you heard something or something in the back of your head made noise, but you're pretty sure you heard something else coming down a hallway.
Fuck. Out, out, out.
So at this point, if you want, you could spend a willpower, since you are exceptionally motivated to do it. And in the Sealyverse, instead of an automatic success, as it says per the core rulebook, players get +3 dice and ones do not count on the roll. Did you want to do that for this moment?
I would.
All right, please give me that attack roll again. 2 more successes. So the first one connects, and I'd forgotten to do this the first time. But so roll your strength +1. Unless you have a specialty in strength that I don't know about.
Nope.
So the nice thing is undamaged ones don't count.
Yep.
So it splinters and it is slightly pushed out, but you need to have it out a little bit more to be able to reach through to the other side.
All right.
There is definitely sounds of steps, but you're not sure how close they are. But they are close enough that you hear, unlike the soft padded steps of you with your bare feet, these are click, 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 click of hard sole shoes.
Let me out.
Roll me another perception and alertness, please. Did you catch that, Brown?
All right. Sorry about that.
No worries.
God damn it. People keep on calling me for some reason with the wrong number.
Well, because you're so popular.
Anyway. All right. So I'm spending another willpower.
So I asked for a. You heard the footsteps getting closer. Please roll me a perception and alertness.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, and by the way, Brown, would you be interested in auto insurance for your car? No, sorry.
Nope.
Sorry, they called me to ask you as well. All right.
Please.
So it seems the dice don't want you to leave today. All right. Going to hit the door a final time. And you said you were going to spend willpower and did not on this.
I didn't on this one for some reason.
All right. Well, you successfully hit it for 2 successes. So strength +1 again, please. All right. 2 successes. Give me that stamina roll to make sure you don't hurt yourself tearing your arm up on the broken glass. You don't. So you soak it. It still hurts, but you successfully breaking out the window.
All right, opening the door and leaving.
And this is the point where if I was a really mean storyteller, I would say that it's locked from that side too. But no. You depress the button, the whole thing unlocks, and you escape. You go up a set of stairs, and you are. It looks to be. I mean, it almost seems like Fort Henderson, where you're at. It's actually roll me intelligence and let's go with a memory test. Intelligence and wits. You're pretty sure this is Fort Henderson. This is the military base that you are stationed at. But this is the special forces section that's towards the back, where they do exclusive training for some alphabet. You know, you're not exactly sure what alphabet group has training stuff done here. CIA, FBI, NSA, but you have been told to leave clear of this area through the entire time you've been stationed here. So it's a little jarring that you know where you are.
All right, I know where I am. I know where to get a car.
You-
Clothes. And clearly, I've been abducted by some government agency to. I've been somehow kidnapped for some sort of weird test. This is insane. I've been abducted by my own government. I did not sign up for this. I'm getting my car and I'm getting out.
All right. So, now the question is, who drove to the Dairy King?
That is a very good question.
Let's put this to a roll. So, for those people who are just joining us who might not know, since I do not script out any of the games I run, there is a lot of times questions come up that I don't have the answer to, because I could say arbitrarily yes or no, but that seems to not be as honest, and I always worry that it might that I might have some type of bias. Luckily, dice have no bias whatsoever. Actually, dice have a lot of bias. They hate you and they do not want you to be rolled. But that's just a personal opinion. So anytime there's a question of yes or no, or some binary choice, I roll a die. And because of Twitch having this wonderful spinner thing, I can just click this and we'll see. So the easy rule of thumb is if it is a 1 through 5, it is in favor of the NPCs. If it is a 6 through 10, it's in favor of the players. And in this case, Brown is the PC. So let's see, were you the one that drove? With the 6, you were not the one that drove. So you know where your spare car keys is, and your car should be in the parking lot.
All right. I probably have a spare pair of PTs I can throw on as soon as I get off base.
Well, the spare key, unless you want to hotwire your own car, is in your bottom clothes dresser. So hitting,
Okay.
I mean, it's true going inside of your housing? What is it called on a base?
They're called barracks.
Barracks.
She's not especially high ranked.
So, I mean, it's not the first time you've snuck into your barracks. It's the first time you've done it naked. Well, might not be the first time you've done it naked.
No, they have cameras. You don't want to be caught naked running through a barracks hallway. But I assume my career is over. My parents have been told I'm dead. And, this footage is going to get deleted. So I'm not too concerned about Article 15 and having to, move flipping giant bags of sand from one part of a building to another.
There is the fact that against this is a government conspiracy, they will cover all that. And luckily, you'll die with honors, or you hope.
Hopefully. After all, my dad would get $500,000.
Motivation, maybe.
Eh.
So,
I mean, the government doesn't care. It's chump change.
well, I was just thinking motivation for your dad to sign you up for this program.
Doubt it. Anyway, you need to be quiet, voice in my head.
What? Trust me. I am here for you. We all are.
No, you're here for yourself. You're a selfish person, and I can tell it just by listening to you. All right.
Aw. Are you this mean to your ego?
I'm this mean to my super ego.
I hate to be your id. Speaking of, you should go get some clothes on. Or walk proud. Be proud, you've worked hard on your body.
I am aware. But right now, he's first. Grab some clothes. I can change as I can. Ooh, hold on. I can just put on my PT jacket.
And then we kill everybody. Death to all humans.
Okay, you need to take a chill pill.
Slight maiming to all humans. Sharpies on all humans' faces?
Yeah, you'll like this. And she starts humming a cadence in her head.
It does cover up the voice and the static, making your own tune, as it says.
Mm-hmm.
All right, off to the barracks. I assume.
The ice cold. Ain't got no one, ain't got no gold. This is how I earn my living. Killing the baby seals. Art, art.
Sorry.
It's an actual cadence.
Oh, I imagine.
And that's what she's going through her head to.
It is a comfort, given the fact that it's just part of who you were. Also, it is almost second nature at this point, and it actually has a decent job of covering up all of the static and whatever whisper that is.
I assume it also quiets the one that's like murder everyone because that kind of thing would enjoy this.
Yep.
That's why she selected it. There are many others like it, but
this one is mine.
Yeah.
I even know that one.
Right. She puts on her PT jacket and pants and grabs her keys and runs the fuck out.
Do you take any other equipment that you might have stored? Or, are soldiers allowed to store firearms, or is all that go out of the armory?
On the base, it is kept in the unit's armory. So she wouldn't have access to her own weapon unless she was, signed it out, because, ever had someone who hates their job with a gun? It's actually really hard to bring guns on posts. And see, I'm going to send you a message.
All right. While I'm being sent a message, I personally do not have any military experience, but I would like to give a deep thank you for all of our men, women, and other who are serving in the military services. The sacrifice you guys do to keep this country of ours safe goes well beyond any thanks that any one person can do. All right. With message received, we will continue on. You got everything you got, and luckily you know how to get off base pretty easily.
Yeah, thankfully they only check people coming in.
And with clothes, keys, and shoes?
Whatever I could shove into a duffel bag, throw into the back of a trunk, and head out.
Roll me a d10 to see how much you are able to get.
You're not going to use your fancy die thing?
Well, I could. Would you rather have me use my die thing?
Hold on, let me roll.
All right.
Because I roll binary decisions personally.
See, I'll have the players roll for when it's something their luck has to do.
Let's do the fancy thing.
All right. So you got pretty much everything. Shoes, spare socks, underwear,
All right.
thermonuclear device. No, I'm just kidding. Those aren't standard.
No.
But you now run out into the desert.
All right.
Uh,
There's I might as well go to the nearest town, put myself up in a hotel.
you did get a little bit of hidden cash. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Not much.
how many dots of resources is your character starting with?
0 because she doesn't have a bank account anymore. She can't go to her bank account. She's dead.
Let's see how much money you start with. So 2. You have 18 bucks on you.
Fuck.
But you head from Henderson and head towards Las Vegas.
All right.
Time to set your soul on fire.
Yep. All right. Well. She doesn't want to do this, but if she's going to get to any sleep tonight, or survive past the first day, she's going to have to go find someone to put her up for the night. Let's see.
So where do you go particularly? Do you go to the strip itself, or do you just try to find someone of interest?
She is going to probably head to a small bar casino. Bar, hotel, casino type place. I assume
Alright.
it's not.
Something off strip.
Yeah. She doesn't want to get into anything high profile, and she probably doesn't have any fancy dresses. She definitely has, something to dress up a little.
You see a bar with a lot of motorcycles out front of it, and it looks like the name of the place is Torchies.
All right.
If you know the reference, people out there in Streamland, feel free to put the answer into the stream below. Or just to the side. Yeah.
All right. Well, dress up a little and try to find someone who'll take her up to her, up to his room.
All right, you entered the place. It is a biker bar. It is. There are slot machines and video poker, which is ubiquitous throughout Nevada.
Just double checking it's also a hotel. She was looking for a hotel specifically.
That's a good point. There is a hotel adjacent.
Gotcha. That works.
It is a classic Las Vegas 2-story hotel that is an L shape over what used to be a swimming pool. Now it is a filled-in dog park.
Gotcha.
That even the safety rails go into the dirt. It's kind of charming to look at.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming the dogs love it. So, all right, she's got 18 bucks. She orders a drink.
For 10 bucks.
Bar. Yep, and sits at the bar.
Let's see if you get noticed. You do get noticed. A man. Now let's see. What's the gender of this individual? It is a man. A man walks up and says, "Hey, you look like you're having a rough night."
Could say that again. You think you can make it better?
Possibly. I mean, if that's what you're looking for. I was thinking of just seeing if you need any assistance.
You're a rare man.
We're not all stereotypes. From the back, you hear somebody shout, "Show him your dick!" Although there's the exceptions over there.
Yeah, I just don't got enough money for a room.
Let me guess. You came here with a boyfriend or significant other, and you had a falling out, and that person took all your stuff, and now you are stuck hanging out in a bar trying to hope to get somebody of somewhat decent quality to pick you up, to give you a safe place to stay, so you don't have to, sleep in a steam tunnel or something.
At least until I can call someone back home to get a ride back up there.
And where's home at?
Chattanooga.
That's a long way.
Yeah.
Well, you can call me Ernie.
All right, Ernie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I mean, to be clear, I work for a organization that keeps an eye out for troubled individuals, and we go and offer our assistance. It mostly means I get to drink and charge it as a work expense.
Must be nice.
It has its perks. But most people lose their job through alcoholism. I don't know why.
Well, most people tend to act like fools while drunk.
It's true. Well, right this way, if you don't mind. Did you want to finish your drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty. It was
Yes.
a froth.
Yes, you are. Oh my God, we're so fucking thirsty. Drink 'em now.
Round her hair, she wore a yellow ribbon.
So, luckily you have a vehicle. So you walk out, and he motions towards a, fairly, decent Harley Davidson. It's looks like it's probably early 70s. Been taken care of.
All right. I'll follow you.
All right. He gets on his bike and motors off. Does everybody feel immersed? Want more motorcycle sounds? So you head a little bit to the north of Vegas. He drives for a little bit, and you pull up in front of a apartment complex that on the very bottom floor is a closed restaurant that says Enzo's.
All right. All right. She gets out, throws her duffel bag around her back.
And he gets off his bike and comes over and, waits for you to get up. He doesn't, open the door or anything because, it's less chivalry and letting you go at your own pace. But he is on a cell phone, typing away.
Okay. All right.
Shortly, the door to the apartment complex opens up, and a gentleman gets out. Kind of big, heavy set, Got a bushy beard. But it's got that combed back hair in a cut that almost says stereotypical Italian mafia.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you watch The Sopranos, everybody has the same pompadourish type haircut. His is like that. He's wearing a very nice suit. And he says, Annie! What have you brought me? Someone special. Well, I can see that. Look. G.I. Joe, or whatever. Wait, is that the fashion nowadays, to dress in that type of clothing? They're having a hard night, man. Just do your thing. Fine. Enzo pulls out a phone, hits a button. Ernie's phone hears a ching ching. All right, this is Enzo. He's good people. Good luck.
All right. Hi. She kind of waves her broken arm.
Ooh, that looks nasty. Did you
Rough.
break out of somewhere? Oh, I'm doing the wrong accent. My apologies. Hey, did you break out of somewhere?
Yeah.
You do not have to tell me. Enzo knows all.
Thanks.
Are you new? Recently, and he does the stereotypical looking sideways one way or the other. New to being a vampire?
That explains this entire night.
Oh, that would be a yes. Please come in. You'll be safe inside my place.
Gotcha. So, less Resident Evil, more Castlevania.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Gotcha.
I mean, I have no castle, and there's no Vania.
Well,
Is that like a joke about blood? This is a vampire thing?
Yeah. Video game series with
You kids and your video games.
Yeah, it's about a family of vampire hunters that hunts down Dracula. He keeps on coming back, though.
Oh. Von Helsing's?
They went with the Japanese went with a different name, but basically.
God, those guys are pricks.
Wait, they're real?
The Helsings? Yes.
Oh, fuck, I am in a video game.
No. It depends on which bloodline you're is. Ha ha ha, I joke. Come into it. And he goes up and goes to the elevator.
Okay.
Pushes the button. So I own the whole hotel, apartment complex, whatever you guys call them, not first language. And you can stay here as long as you want, but you're going to have to meet the Meister.
Meister?
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Okay. I assume...
He's got cool name.
And that is?
Shades. How can you not, like a guy named Shades, right? Meister Shades.
Gotcha.
Bing! The elevator opens up. It's a nice mirrored affair. To be clear, Enzo has a reflection.
Gotcha.
Just to check, your character has a reflection too, correct?
Yep.
Just, it's almost like he's making sure. You guys go up to the third floor, and he opens up the first room on the side. It is a nicely, my brain is spacing on what dressed. It's a nicely dressed apartment. One bedroom, all the furniture, no windows. Where windows are, there's actually flat screen monitors that show you what the outside looks like, but it's clearly through a video feed. Welcome to Casa... Hey, I didn't get your name.
Well, no point in hiding it anymore. On a hill.
Ah, people with great names should be embraced. I am Uncle Enzo. Everybody calls me Uncle Enzo. I mean, I could tell you my last name. My last name's Giovanni, but I don't want you to associate me with the funeral homes. Come on down to Giovanni Yards. We can help you put Grandma into the ground for $19.99. Act now, we'll throw in a free casket.
Huh. I think we used the Giovanni funeral home for when my great grandma died when I was 8.
Oh, sorry about that. Anyway, enjoy this place. Did you want me to stay until Shade shows up?
I think I need to process things.
Yes, we need to talk. Okay. Well, do you have a cellular device?
No, that was in my pockets. I woke up in a cell with like 5 other people naked.
Oh, weird. Orgies when they go bad, right? He walks over to a drawer in the kitchen, opens up, and there's a plastic case with a burner phone. These things are great. They come charged. Here you go.
Thank you.
Enjoy trying to figure out how to open that thing. Anyway, if you need me, give me a call. My number's on the fridge.
Understood.
The artwork, it's not mine. It's one of my clients' kids. He wanted to touch up the place. So, enjoy.
Gotcha. Thanks.
And he leaves, and the shuts the door. There is a picture drawn by a 3-year-old of a bunch of skeletons dancing. Actually,
It's a 3-year-old.
it's a skeleton. And it's really weird. I mean, their neck is all pointy, and the rib cage is, kind of looks like a turkey. But it looks like they drew the brain inside of the head. And one of the skeletons actually looks more like a flower with little dancy arms.
Artistic kid.
So, it takes you a little while to figure out how to open the clamshell. Those things are designed not to be openable.
Yep.
I assume you do the trick of finding a can opener and using that on the edge.
That sounds like a plan.
All right. So now you have a phone. His phone number is on the fridge. It's nope. Uncle Enzo does not eat. Nope. So it's pretty much Unc Enzo.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. She can't call her dad. Because, that would put him in danger of whatever government entity is making whatever government entity is doing whatever is going on to her. She is partially convinced by the vampire thing, but she's not entirely. Things seem a little too staged.
Does feel like you are a actor in some type of overdrawn story. Maybe a video game, maybe a role-playing game. You don't know.
Yeah. This is disturbing.
There is a knock on the door. It is a polite knock.
In here.
The door opens up, and a 6-foot-tall gentleman comes walking in. He is very emaciated. The skin is very, very tight against his skeletal structure. He has very tight dreads that are done in cornrows that leads into braided tail that's braided hair that's all been pulled back tightly. He is African American. At least he is black. You're not exactly sure where from at the moment. But he is wearing a very stylized suit that only slightly hides the fact that he is maybe 85 pounds at 6'2".
So she stands up. Sir.
Hello. Let me introduce myself. I am Shades. You may call me Meister Shades or just Shades. It is perfectly fine. I am under the understanding that you are a recently embraced vampire that has not have any knowledge of why or where. Possibly escaped recently from a military?
Yes, I was embraced at a Dairy King. If that's whatever happened.
Were you with a various groups of other people and a group of nefarious people came and do that?
Yep.
We have problem. Well, you do not have problem. I had a problem. See, you're what is referred to as a Sabbat member. Well, North American Sabbat. The term's not important. Let's just say that their belief system is counterintuitive to ours. Ours being my organization that I am part of.
Okay.
I don't know, I should use small words. Anyway, my job is to, well, my technical job is to get rid of unwanted people, but I am not a cold-hearted monster like some people. He smiles, and his teeth are perfect. They are the level of perfect teeth that have to be fake. He doesn't remove his shades, but he's like, what to do with you? Oh, I know. So, let me check real quick. Are you suicidal?
No, sir.
Okay, that takes, well, it's the easy option. But kindred who do not want to be vampires sometimes just go through the motions, and I don't like dealing with them. It's so depressing. You do all this effort, and they just go, eh. So, you are not that good. Do you happen to know what your clan is?
Would it happen to have something to do with the really annoying voices I've been hearing?
Not necessarily. There are many vampires who are crazy. It is not a thing for clan.
Okay.
But you hear voices? We should get you a therapist. Don't listen to him. He is the devil. Kill him. Attack him.
Okay. You always need a chill pill. Jesus.
Talking to... Just remember, the more you talk to them, the more they talk back. It's like a kitten.
Normally I shut them up by going through cadences.
Well, no matter which clan you are, I think there's a clan that I should introduce you to, and it would maybe help, at least they would understand. Are you scared of clowns?
No.
How about clowns with chainsaws?
That sounds like an invitation.
No, I better not. If I give him another one, last one I gave, it went poorly. I know, I'll give it to the doctor. The doctor is the most reasonable. Well, not the most reasonable. The doctor is, yeah. I'll give you to the doctor. So, and when I say give, I mean I'm going to present you to the doctor. If the doctor says yes, then you can be tutored by the doctor, because at this point your options are very limited. I mean, you have different ways to die. Those options are limitless, but the end result's the same.
All right, sir. Well, if the option is get killed, somehow escape you, though you look exceptionally well trained, I actually doubt I'd make it 5 steps. That's being generous. So.
Oh, me? I can't fight my way out of a paper bag. Oh, watch out, vampires lie. Anyway,
Huh?
shall we
Yeah.
shall we go to the office?
That sounds like the best option.
All right. Do you have a vehicle, or should we take mine?
I got a car, sir.
I have a limo waiting downstairs. Did you want to go fancy, or did you want to go with your car?
It has all my stuff, sir.
Understandable. Well, do keep in mind you're going to have to get rid of it because it is a tie to you.
Yeah, but I still don't want to lose all my clothes. I only had $18.
Oh, sad. Oh, here. He reaches into his pocket, pulls out a gift card. There. When you get a chance, go get you something nice.
That helps.
It's a $1,000, one of those, my brain is spank. It's just a anonymous gift card. It has a $1,000 limit.
That's.
Get you something not in green.
Will do, sir.
Clashes with your eyes. So bad. Anyway, let's go. So he takes you downstairs, and he will say, "Which one's yours?"
That'd be the 97 Charger.
Ooh. Ugh. He turns to the limo that is blocking traffic. Raul, I'm going with her. You can take car elsewhere. Yes, sir. Neat.
All right.
Your passenger seat clean?
Absolutely, sir.
Oh, I forgot to ask. Do you have COVID? Nah, that doesn't matter. I'm joking. Let's go.
All right. They hop in. The passenger seat is indeed spotless. The interior is pristine, except for the duffel bag that she throws into the back.
All right. So, it's a good thing you're not scared of clowns because we're going to a carnival. Don't worry, it is. Do you know it? Las Vegas Fun Time?
Yeah, I've been here a couple of years. Some of my buddies went and we went there once or twice. They heard it from some local girl prostitute they were messing around with.
Ah. Well, they should go to Cat Houses. Much better quality. Anyway. Please continue. It's on this street and that.
Gotcha.
He directs you to it's a small carnival. It takes about a block. It's got different rides and all that, and it definitely gets the feel of this is a permanent attraction. But it also has that kind of feel that it is not for the tourists, since you are a good few blocks off from the main strip. And there's a big sign that says, "Show your local ID and get 50% off all prices."
Mm.
And
I don't have a so.
oh, don't worry, we got a what is it, E-Pass?
Gotcha.
So he tells you to park into the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to meet people that might sponsor you. And he starts walking towards the gate. Don't worry, I have backup plans if this does not work, but this should work.
All right. She follows half a step to his left behind him.
The closer you get to this place, that noise and racket in the back of your head gets a little bit clearer. Not louder, but the stations are less fuzzy. I mean, not you're not quite making out the words, but it's so much better. It's almost, in a way, comforting. Because it's like, let's say in a fog, so before you saw shapes in the fog, but you couldn't make anything else. Now you're making out colors. And he walks up. Hey, Dolores. Oh God, what shade? I have a guest. You know you have to pay. Yeah. Bill it to the bus. Well, okie dokie. Do you have local ID? Yeah. And he just turns and looks at her. He's like, okay, I'm billing it to the boss. Hey, get her hand stamp. It's important to get the hand stamp.
All right.
So he holds out his hand, and it gets stamped, and you get your hand stamped. The stamp is of a 8-ball with a screw into it. He looks down, laughs. That's good. That's funny. She's not going to get the funny, but I like it, so I appreciate it. And that's what the bosses want. Yeah, we all work for bosses, don't we? All right this way.
Yes, sir.
The rides look rickety. They look like they might fall down at any moment. There is rust, or at least rust paint. And when you get closer to some of these rides, you realize that they're designed to look rickety, but they're not. They actually have really secure bolts, but there are other more obvious bolts that are rattly. And you realize that this is a death trap amusement park is all an illusion. You're not sure why it's so clear to you. It just kind of stands out. But you pass by a German themed house of mirrors. You go, just walk around, and a lot of the rides are from other places in foreign languages. It seems like a strange, chaotic collection of discontinued crap. Sorry, I was on a literary roll. And then you get to a place that is the nurse's station. And he knocks on the door. The sign's open. Come in. The doctor is here. You're gonna like the doctor.
All right.
As you come in, there is a person in scrubs and wearing a mask. There's nobody else in the nurse's station. There's a couple of benches and seats and a lot of storage containers. Yep, that's correct. Thank you, Miss Miss. I just got it. So there's all sorts of boxes and all that, but she is sitting at a computer typing away. What do you want, Shades? Hey, I bring you friend. I was thinking I found this orphan, stray, unwanted piece of vampiric trash, who might or might not be an escaped member of some nefarious organization. Uh-huh. And she says she hears voices. And that catches the doctor's attention. She looks up and stares at you. And stares at you in a way that, other than that one intense date you had when you turned 20 and there was an E involved, you've never had somebody stare at you this intently in your life.
Where did that come from? I've never taken drugs before.
It's just one random memory popping into your head. And I think I'm going to make this an official thing with your character.
Gotcha.
Because
I think that
I like it.
that actually adds to what I decided her insanity would be now.
Awesome.
All right.
Oh, whoa. Your aura is all over the place.
Let me look at her character sheet again.
She does have distracting aura.
So that's even more appropriate for her to go, ooh, ah. Is that from Lord of the Clans?
Yep. Basically, all uses of aura perception are at +2 difficulty.
All right. I was going to hand wave it, but if you're going to make me roll, I will roll. And she says, wow, your aura is amazing.
Okay. Aura? Huh?
So vampires have this kind of energy around them. It's kind of a show me your wallet and how much money I can get from it. No, sorry, that's a movie reference. If you haven't seen it, you should see it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you haven't seen it, I'm not going to tell you. It's Firefly. Anyway. Yes, Shades, I will be more than happy to take her off her hands. Now, has the boss been notified? I'm just going to go talk to him now. You know how he hates to use cellular devices? The guy's a Luddite. I would never use that word around him because he wouldn't know what it means. And two, I don't even know what it means. And he gets kind of touchy about words that are fancy. So, you can go now. Go find something else to nibble on. What? Who's been telling stories out of turn? We all know that if you can't find it... anyway. Go, I got her. She's fine. Okie dokie. Hey, if this girl doesn't work out, if you don't like working here, if you don't like being with the crazy people, let me know, and I'll find you somewhere safe to be.
Sir? Yes, sir.
Okay. And he shuts the door on the way out, and you hear the doctor whisper something under her breath. Does your character have dots and aspects?
Yes.
Has your character figured out how to turn it on yet?
That is a good question.
I'm going to assume for now you haven't, given this early stage. Same as you haven't figured out how to spend blood and the like. So roll me your straight perception and alertness. Target number is going to be 7. Actually, 8 for you because you're starving.
All right, 1 success.
That is 1 success. I forgot that I have my sounds off on my everything else. You hear her say something that was fucking Rajas.
Okay. I have no reference for that, and I was in the army, so since she was in the army, she's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna shut up and wait for her to address me.
Hey, hi there. Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Kayla Newman. I am a general practitioner. I went to UNLV, and I don't know if I should, well, it doesn't really matter what else. Anyway, I am a member of Clan Malkavian. Do you know what a Malkavian is?
That is the first time I've ever heard that word, ma'am.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to assume that you know nothing. I mean, I shouldn't say nothing, but nothing amongst the supernatural community.
I can just go over it. Let's see. Somebody walked in and then said something to someone else, and then she was the only thing I could think of. I drank something from a cup, woke up, I don't know, a day later, surrounded by unconscious bodies.
Well, let's see how long it's been. What day do you think it is?
Out of character. What day did she go missing on?
This is one of those pick any, let's say it was August of 2021. because remember this all happened about a year ago.
Mhm.
So, pick a date in August.
All right. So the day she went missing was August 15th. So she's like August 16th or 17th.
We're right now on August 20th. So you've lost a little bit of time, but that happens when you're embraced.
Gotcha.
Um, it takes a few days that you are fortunately unaware of for your body to go through the process of avoiding all extraneous material and transmuting your organs into storage vessels.
Is that
Unfortunately,
why I sort of feel everything and just move my blood around?
yep, that's one of the very basic things that all vampires can do. Also, if you are cut, you will reflexively move blood away from whatever the damage is. So, unless something happens, such as a blood thinner, which then you lose control of your blood, you're still kind of aware of it, but it, at that point does whatever it wants. You will not bleed, and you can use your blood to power different parts of your physical form and use it to reknit damage to your body.
Gotcha. So wait, hold on. I can heal this broken arm myself.
Yeah. All you have to do is concentrate on the blood. You've said you move it around, so you got the basics. Now move it to where the injury is, and you have to really focus hard on it, basically converting the blood into regrowing the materials that were damaged.
All right then.
So your character figures out how to heal a point of bashing.
Awesome.
It's a strange experience at first, but do keep in mind that it takes a lot of concentration to do, and it's very hard to do in the middle of combat.
Understood. All right. My name's Anna Hill.
It is a
Nice.
pleasure to meet you, Miss Hill.
Nice. I was a soldier in the United States Army until recently.
From the local base?
Yep.
Well, that's awkward.
Yep.
Well, if you want, we can get process of getting you some new identifications, but you're going to have to be careful with your ID in case you run into anyone you might know.
Gotcha.
Especially because best scenario you are deemed dead. Worst scenario you are MIA, and that brings all sorts of attention around. At least that's my understanding. I never served myself. I was too focused on being, don't need to go into that.
Yeah. I mean, good for some people who would have paid for your medical school.
I mean, that's reasonable. Luckily, Daddy had money.
Yeah.
Let's just
I
say
see.
that I follow this not because I want to, because I am repaying debts.
Gotcha. Yeah. Hopefully they list me as KIA. Then my dad gets a good chunk of change.
Well, I don't know much about the organization you were part of previously, so
Good point. Yeah, if you want me to help around here, I only know basic first aid. I don't really know how this is going to work.
well, basic first aid is going to be helpful in a lot of ways. Having even basic medical training makes it where feeding is a little bit easier. So you might have realized, oh, I'm sorry, I'm lecturing, and I haven't even asked, how hungry are you?
It is distracting, but
All right.
not terrible.
All right. So, come with me, and we will go to the private area for our kind. And she walks over and flips the sign in the window that says, "Be back and there's no hands on the backside.
Gotcha.
And she walks over to one of the cabinets. And you want to see something cool?
Absolutely.
She takes the handle to the cabinet, spins it around, and it's one of those, handles that have the little grab on the inside, so it doesn't look like it should spin, but the thing spins around. There's a click, and then she just pushes on it, and it slides and swings inward.
God, I can practically see the prompts.
Do you hear a do?
Yep.
You might be in the right place after all. We won't know until your disciplines come in.
Cool.
Disciplines are superpowers that each vampire clan gets that are pretty distinct to that clan. And it's generally 3 of them. So when you show 3 of them, it's kind of like bingo. She steps through the doorway.
All right, following. Again,
she closes the secret door. She turns a handle, and you can hear the thing click. And you see that there's a security camera showing around where that is. And a second one on the wall next to it that shows the entire room. So people can come in and out without worried of, making a surprise. Surprise! You are in a hallway that is almost triggering level of familiar with the one that you were in. It is a cement floor, but the walls are painted in bright colors, and opposed to being also more gray. Like a bright phyllo blue, one turns into a forest green.
All right. At least it's not all gray.
Oh! I hadn't thought. You're safe. There's nothing I'm going to do against your consent.
Okay. I wasn't exactly worried about you, Don. Thank you.
Oh, you should. Well, no, you shouldn't. This is weird and awkward. You should not trust vampires.
I do not. I should elaborate, ma'am. I am not worried that you're going to kill me or hurt me immediately. Whether that changes, I have no idea. At the moment, I have been placed in your care, and if you did that, I assume that would label you as untrustworthy or something, or get you in trouble in some way, shape, or form.
I would probably get in zero trouble, to be honest with you. And that's what I want to do. I want to have honest conversations. But just so you know, any kindred, and that's the fancy word for vampires that we use to, identify ourselves, all of us are monsters in the night that have to fight against a malignant force inside of us that wants us to do horrible, horrible things all the time. And it's only our strength of will, that keeps that at bay, and our striving to keep in touch with whatever scrap of humanity we have left, that makes us not the monsters in the night. But I would be amiss if I said, oh yeah, you can trust me. No, you can't trust anyone. Now, aligning forces with somebody or walking in the same direction towards the same goal, those things are always positive. Getting yourself a group to, hang out with that got watch your back, always positive. But remember, when the chips are down, vampires are for themselves. Unless they're really out there, but You with me?
That I am, ma'am. Thank you.
And Maz says, is it colorful or is it madness to think there's color on the wall? They're actually colorful. They're actually painted in bright, cheery colors. and basically every wall section changes to a different bright primary color. They're type of colors that you find in, well, amusement parks and children places where children go to the hospital, because they're bright and cheery and supposed to create a sense of well-being. But eventually you go through a little bit of a wandering maze. You don't see any hatches, and your innate sense of direction, you're not going the long way back to the holding cells, even though certain voices in the back of your head have been saying this fact. Going to put you back in the cell. This is all a trap. Kill her. Trevor, eat her. She's filled with blood. Tasty, tasty, tasty blood.
When I was a young boy, my daddy told me.
Did you say something, dear?
I'm mentally going through cadences to drown out the voices. They're being annoying, and that usually works so far.
Oh, well, congratulations on finding something that shuts those things up, and don't let me stop you. Eventually, you get into a more of a underground. It's less of a bunker and more of a. It's not necessarily Warrens, because that's where it's copyrighted by a different clan, but it is a commune, and you go into a room that has lots of medical equipment. And she looks at you and say, so do you know if you have any preferences of blood type? I mean, have you ever drank blood and vomited it?
Nope. I drink blood straight from a bottle, though.
Huh.
Twice.
Well, this is going to be similar then. Some of the kindred around here call these Capri Suns. It's a funny joke if you grew up in the 80s. I guess they still have them around, but they were really big in the 80s. And she walks over to one of the industrial-sized freezers.
I remember my dad really liked this other mom when I was in school who could drink a Capri Sun in one gulp. I wasn't sure why.
Was she like, hard staring at your dad while doing it?
Yep, I know why now.
Just quality people.
Yeah.
She opens up a fridge that actually has racks and racks of blood bags.
Right.
Let's see, and she starts looking through them. Do you have a brand preference? Blood type preference?
There's a difference.
Some people say that there's a difference of taste. I've never tasted anything, but then again, there's people that say they can taste mushrooms, and mushrooms are tasteless creatures. So.
Oh God. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, don't try to eat. If you eat, you'll instantly vomit, and it's yucky.
Understood.
All right. What percentage of your capacity are you down?
Like 40?
You're currently sitting at 30% blood capacity.
30?
All right. Well, I think I can spare these because these are about to go bad. And she unhooks 6 bags and hands them to you, and then goes to a drawer and gets a steel straw that has a sharpened point on one end. Here you go. Poke it in slowly so it forms a seal, and try to hold around that seal so you don't drip, because I don't want to have to, clean everything.
Alright, so that's +6.
Yep, plus 6 points of bags.
Alright, I'm good. I'm a little hungry now, but I'm good.
Well, I can't spare anything more. I mean, that is a pretty big allotment. But, you know what? I have a standing, well, I never planned to actually use it, but I have a standing boon. Well, not boon, it's a right of progeny with Prince Siegel. And you know what? Would you like to be my adopted child?
do that.
All right. Well then, I will send him. Well, I'll go and see him tomorrow to make it official, and then you'll be under my accounting. And she will, for the next, I don't know, 6 to 9 months, teach you all the ins and outs of being a vampire. Eventually, you discover you are in fact a Malkavian. So either, sorry, what was that?
Yeah, I'd say about the time she becomes absolutely convinced she's in a video game. And, you know, everything is now, I can basically see the NPC text bubble above your head.
And she, like all, hey, if you figured it out, then power to you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, since I've already walked through all the basics of the traditions and a lot of basic things, also the fact that of all my clients that I have, Brown is probably the one that knows more about this setting than I do, including my own games. I will spare everybody that since we're also 4 minutes out. The first session, which I am planning to do on the first full session, my current plan is to be this 27th of this month of 2022, which is 3 weeks away. But if I get through everybody's character creation and all that, I might start it on the 20th.
Gotcha.
But if you want, we'll be doing another character creation session 0, episode 0, session 2, coming on this Saturday the 6th, which will be doing Bandit and finishing up Rocks. And currently we have 1 open seat within our game. So if you are listening to this actively and have a interest in joining us in the madness of the Las Vegas by Night Desert Darlings game, please send a please join the Discord, which you can find a link off of the Sealyverse page, and let us know, and we will get you on. And these games, this is a free-to-play game, unlike, since I am a professional storyteller, I normally charge, but this game, I felt that would be awkward, since this is also a test. And I think at this point I should also say to Miss Mesmerized, who really wants to be part of this game, but unfortunately has real-world things preventing them from being able to fully commit, I am sorry. Now, if things change and one of the players leaves, or one of the players leaves, a player that has a character that dies is fully allowed to make a new character, as long as that character is not connected to the last character in any way. Because vampire, people die. It's a dangerous, dangerous world out there, especially when it's unscripted. So with that, Brown, did you have any questions or quandaries or anything that you'd like to share?
Nope. I was originally going to go with a very different madness at the start of the session. I went with Sanguinary Animus, which is basically she'd have the memories of people she fed from. But thanks to over the course of the session, well, that idea changed. I think we could incorporate that, and those memories wouldn't actually be memories; they'd be fake memories that her brain came up with. But I think we're going to incorporate that with the video game thing. So she's going to have basically pop-ups of memory text.
I mean, however you want to internalize it, that's awesome.
Yep. It's basically pop-ups of memory text that aren't hers, so she knows she's a character in this game. Because this is not what happened in our life.
You're not the first Malkavian I've ever encountered that actually thought they were a character in the thing. A friend of mine that passed away 20-something years ago, his whole character concept was he was a detective in a in the world, but he could hear the narrator. Basically, he basically role played that anytime I was talking, his character took it as hearing the narrator narrating the story.
Yeah, I think that's going to be her too. She's going to be like, "Oh God, narrator! God damn it! I don't need narration during this cutscene." All right. Well. All right. Enjoy your week, Sealy.
All right.
And watching. Have a wonderful day, night, whatever. But I'll be. I guess you want me to sign off now.
Well, yep, and I'm going to be shutting down this stream now. Thank you, everybody who came and watched and listened, since it's, not overly heavy on the visuals. We will be having more vignettes. Keep abreast of the schedule. Had forgotten the word for a second. But once again, thanks for everybody who came. Thanks again for Maz and Brown for coming in and getting this pre-stuff taken care of. Just a shout out, our next session will be this Saturday at noon Pacific Standard Time. All right, my name is Sealy, and I am just a individual in the Sealyverse. Thank you all. May your time slots be wonderful. Good night.